left in sight.
Got him, double 2699.
2699, maintain visual separation from that traffic turn left heading 260, in contact departure.
Left turn 260, maintain visual, double 2699, over departure. See ya.
Yeah. Still 10:36 minutes, car enters your left line and late traffic.
Welcome to the Twin Cities of Minneapolis and St. Paul, Minnesota for live plane spotting on MSP Airport Live. So jubilated to have you on board today for a special presentation of live plane spotting from the North Star State of Minneapolis, St. Paul, Minnesota. It's a fantastic Friday, and we are so delighted to have you aboard with us on a magnificent weather day for plane spotting. We've got KLM that's about to get out of here for AMS. We'll have the Delta Heavies. We'll have the UPS and FedEx cargo aircrafts coming in later on. We'll have international departures, and it's going to be a fantastic golden hour as well. Towards the end of the show, we're going to have some fantastic lighting. Non-stop action today from Minneapolis, St. Paul International Airport as we get underway. Alex Redding alongside Harrison Rademacher. So great to have you on board, Harrison, for yet another rodeo today.
Yeah, thanks for having me back here. Looking forward to should be busy Friday afternoon here at MSP. Good to see a lot of people here taking advantage of the nice sunny weather here today too.
Delta 163 Heavy. She's asking via Alpha.
Delta 163 Heavy also got in not too long ago, just before we were live on the air. And it looks like they were kind of sitting in the penalty box waiting for their gates.
Sounds like they just got taxi instructions. Yep, they are on the move now.
1621, visual 30 left. So 1621,
so other than KLM and the usual suspects today that we'll have the pleasure of bringing our audience today, Harrison, what are a couple of flights that you're keeping a keen eye on?
Yeah, well, hey, it looks like KLM just pushed back, so that's a great start to the show, right? Start with 787. We'll also get to see Delta 160 Heavy, too, with the 350. Always a pleasure to get to see one of those.
Yep, to
and we got a 737, looks like on the row right here, so let's give you a shot of that.
We have some young aviators out here that are excited to go spotting with us today, it looks like, and just in general.
280, runway 30 left, clear for takeoff.
You just saw Delta 1036 route to Atlanta, Hartsfield Jackson International Airport. Next up will be Endeavor 5076 to Cincinnati, followed by an American MAX 8 to Dallas-Fort Worth.
Any other departures that are queuing up for our south parallel runway, Harrison? We're on the 30s today, which means we're in a north flow.
Yeah, and it's a good northwest wind, which is great. That means we won't have to worry about any 1-7 activity today, given it's a pretty strong northwest wind. So everything you see today is going to be concentrated on the 3-0s because of that.
And you know, it's also nice because we have a break from the gusty wind conditions that we seemingly ran into the last few times out.
Yeah, it's nice to not feel like a popsicle stick out here. It was just a nice breezy few days with weak system after weak system after weak system that just kept coming through with some cloud coverage, gusty winds, and then, you know, maybe like a sprinkle here or there. But otherwise, it's been on the nice side today. Tomorrow, it actually looks like we will actually get some decent rain. So, yeah, a little bit of moisture coming back here, as well as some warmer temperatures. Here comes that Endeavor flight to Cincinnati, 5026.
American 3105, fly runway 30 5076, turn for the left being 260, connect departure.
260 departure for number 50766.
American 3105 is next on the launch pad.
Yep, and it looks like they
left for Dallas.
should be rolling. Yep, I see them right there.
And Harrison, because we are in a straight-up north flow today, the arriving and departing traffic will be quite tightly spaced, especially during the later afternoon into the evening as rush hour will fall upon MSP, and that'll become quite evident.
That's right.
KLM 250 heavy, runway 30 left. Alpha. Alpha to 30, it's going to do good. Up 2114, Minneapolis, runway 30 left.
And as quickly as that departure took off, we are back to arrivals. Who's landing? It's going to be Delta 1621, which is funny because, oh, I totally misread that. It's coming from New Orleans. I had to look at that quick because the airport code's MSY and it looks similar to MSP. But it's with A321.
Now, Delta has operated the Airbus A321 quite a bit to and from New Orleans.
Yeah, I've even seen them pop the 220 on that route a couple times and the 737, so it's kind of one of those musical plane routes. I think it's one of those routes they can just put the correct airplane on depending on the demand. I mean, it might even change day to day.
163 from 15V Alpha. 15V Alpha, Delta 163. November 963 uniform.
So KLM 250 Heavy with the 787 Dreamliner taxiing to 30 left for departure. They are, in fact, you know what? Let's swing the camera to the right here. Let's check
I
out
see
where
at
they're
least
going.
one more arrival.
There they are.
Logan, of course, says no.
There's Big Blue.
Yeah. So we got Sun Country 102 from Vegas coming in. And Micah Logan just chatted, and I'm sure you saw this, but UPS unfortunately swapped equipment again.
Well, I checked the assignment this morning on Flight Radar because UPS usually posts that. Of course,
Yeah.
we'll have to wait closer to the departure time to see what UPS actually will send us.
Yeah, right
And
now
we
it
were-
says 7-6, but
Yep.
we'll see what actually takes off, you know.
Because we were supposed to get a 747-8, and they swapped it out with 7.6. But that's all right. We had 2 consecutive days of 747s.
Yeah. Sounds like KLM should be switching tower here. And yeah, I saw the Dash 8 going to sleep and, you know, waking up this morning over the house.
Nice.
That's always cool seeing those things just barely getting over the treetops. Growing up in South Minnie, you know. I have fond memories seeing the Narita flights on the Northwest 74s, too. Much, much louder than the Dash 8s, too.
Without a shadow of a doubt. I grew up in Bloomington, Minnesota as a kid. And during the summertime, during the springtime, and those flights were always loaded down pat. They were heavy.
Yeah,
They would depart the crosswind runway, and when they thundered off runway 22, would blast over my house at around 4:30 in the afternoon, as I remember it anyway.
I was going to say, you're definitely a beneficiary more than I am of runway 22 action.
Whoa. And they were nice and low, so it shook the whole house. It rattled the windows when it passed
Absolutely.
overhead.
Yeah. Pictures never stayed straight in the house with that.
Roger, thank you.
So KLM's taking the runway, and it looks like they are beginning their takeoff roll. So we'll let you tune in to KLM 650, or 250, heading off to Amsterdam Schiphol.
Yeah, 1531 maps, accomplish proof 30 left.
Proof 30 left, unit 1531.
208, go.
Can't make up their mind. I guess now we're changed to back to Hotel 2 Bravo.
Okay, the only one they don't want to push, so hang out there, we'll let you know.
Yeah, sounds good. So, like, rumor has it on the street that they're going to be pushing here soon, so we'll see.
Good luck. About 2732, Minneapolis ground, push through, 30 right. Delta 1621, near Alpha 3, you're following at 73, leaving Golf 21.
Hey, got him inside Delta 1621.
So there it is there, making that sharp right turn, basically going to follow Cedar Avenue up to downtown, and then another right turn from ATC.
Punch 217, runway
Off over the Atlantic.
Taxi via...
It goes for a roughly 8-hour flight
Sierra, Charlie, and Whiskey.
to the Netherlands.
30 left, Sierra, Charlie, Whiskey, Sun Country 217.
I think we got a quick second to catch a breather here.
Minneapolis Tower, Spring City 10 is with
Absolutely.
you.
You know what, Harrison? I think it's time for instant replay.
Yeah, let's rewatch that takeoff.
KLM 787 Dreamliner departure as they leapt off the south parallel runway, and you could not have asked for better lighting condition than this. My
Absolutely.
goodness.
There is nothing more than maybe a couple medium to high cirrus clouds, maybe a couple mini cumulus clouds around here. It is picture perfect today. Blends in perfectly with the sky too, you know, blue on blue.
And it really pops in the sunshine. It really just
Makes that blue pop out, absolutely. And I'll tell you, Alex, we got really good turnout here. The parking lot, I'd say right now it's about 70% full. So
wow,
we got a lot of spotters here, and even families just taking advantage of the really nice weather.
All right, it's time to check in with our audience and say hello. So, Trist MX is checking in from Sun Country 425, 3:18 p.m. departure to LA in about a minute here.
Oh, very cool. Sounds like they're busy over there. We got a couple of them.
Okay, so we're going to have to make sure to keep an eye on Tristy's flight, so we will
Yeah, it looks
have
like
your departure
actually,
here on the South Parallel. How cool.
Yeah, it looks like they have pushed actually, and it looks like they have started their taxi.
Deanna 2021, hey, great to see you today. Thanks for tuning into our show on this Friday. We'd be live on Sunday. Unfortunately, I will not.
Yeah, and I got to go back out west at that day. We got departure actually right here.
So we'll pass on that here. We'll get to more of your hellos.
Yep. It's going to be a Gulfstream departure, by the way.
Okay. Gordon Waltz is ready for some quality time with the plane posse. Happy Friday, everybody. Happy Friday, Gordon. So great to have you on board. Yeah. Uncle Phil says, howdy, everyone. Uncle Phil, one of our awesome mods. Hey, thanks so much for tuning in. Hope your week has gone so far so good, Phil. Megan Howard says, good afternoon, everyone. Hey, Megan, great to see you today. Jaden also saying hello, hello. What's up, Jaden? Happy Friday. Ready for the weekend. Trevor, one of our awesome mods, saying good afternoon,
Hi,
everyone.
Trevor.
Hey, what's up, Trevor?
That's Charlie Alpha, and we'll wait for more once we get over there. United 1631.
Philip, our live plane spotting colleague over across the pond in Germany, saying, good day, MSP Airport family. Well, hey, Philip, so great to see you. Go check out PLM Aviation when you guys are done. So his channel coming up on a major milestone, if not already hitting the 10,000 subscriber milestone. So we're excited for Philip.
Yeah,
He's putting in a lot of work.
there.
So he broadcasts regularly from Munich, which is a really fun airport to go live from. I do enjoy
That
watching
would be
the
an
streams
amazing
later.
airport to check out.
Rostat says, hello from East Bloomington. Hey, B-Town, Minnesota. Great to see you. Kevin says, hi from Bell, Texas. So great to see you today. And also Carlos C82. Thanks so much for the $1.99 super chat. Hi, visiting from Austin. I'm right here next to you. Well, hey. Thanks so much for the $2 super chat and happy spotting, too. It's going to be a fun day today. All All right, so Jeff K says hello from Atlanta, the ATL, Hotlanta.
Hotlanta, woo.
All right.
We just had a land flight earlier, and that was just a Houston 220 that just took off in the background. Yeah.
Oh, nice. Hey.
Everyone's going to hot places. Woo.
Philip reached 10,000 last week. Thanks for the update, Philip. Congratulations. It's a big milestone for any YouTube channel.
Absolutely.
So we're happy for you. Well done.
We told you it's going to be busy, and the departures just keep on rolling.
Well, same with the arrivals, too. Delta 2114 is about ready to roll to LAX.
And that was SkyWest 3893 to O'Hare with that Embraer. And it looks like we'll have a few Sun Countries. I see Delta 160s popped up on the radar as well.
So Kevin's saying hi from Map Rock, Texas. Hey, so great to see you today.
Welcome aboard.
We
got a small arrival here. Looks like it's Citation Bravo from Madison, Spring City Aviation. That's a cool name.
Well, it looks like on this arrival we were issued a citation.
Uh-oh. That's going to cost a pretty penny. At the very least, probably a pretty landing fee is what they had to pay to land here.
No kidding. Well, especially if you're in a general aviation aircraft, like a Cessna 172 Skyhawk or Piper Cherokee, for example, or even a Cirrus.
Yeah, you know, I was watching the radar the other night, and the 747 had to wait for a couple of Cirruses to land before it took off. You wouldn't want that thing taking off while you're landing. That'd be a lot of wing turbulence.
Yeah, MSP is a pretty big airport for small little general aviation craft such as a Cirrus or a Cessna.
Yeah,
did anyone see the new Vision Jet that came out from Cirrus? Woo!
The best money can buy is just about.
That's like a Maserati.
Yeah. Delta Alpha, United Way.
So a close friend of mine, and he's been on the broadcast a couple times before. I think you guys know who I'm talking about. It's our friend Nick Lee. And I've known Nick for years. So he has status with airlines, also Hilton Honors member, but he also, and he travels a lot, so he's able to rack up the miles and rack up the points. So he has reward status with National, the rental car company. And he's able to basically take anything off the lot he wants. And if a Maserati is in the lot, he's going to take it. Popped by my place once. He's like, hey, do you want to go for a spin in the Maserati I just checked out? I'm like, wait, what?
347.
Yeah.
Runway 30 left. Next be at Delta Whiskey.
All right, Weather Bob 3. Good afternoon, friends. This is Weather Bob. Hey, Bob. Great to see you today. Happy Friday. Trist MX says, Sun Country 425 to Los Angeles, taxiing 230 left. Readings from onboard. So we're going to get Tristy. You're going to have to correct me with the pronunciation there. So they'll be departing live on our show. That's awesome that we get some of our live audience departing. And you know, it's fun when we have folks that are tuning in that are on board the action that we are catching, arriving, or departing. And we understand how special it is because it's something to remember the trip by and also share it with friends later. And the crew on board too. We got a Southwest 737-700 that has made its entrance into the Twin Cities. Ulp. I think we have our new Ulp member emoji. So I was able to add one more. So we have our Ulp member emoji. So what's that for? Well, if we see something interesting,
Bravo, short of Alpha 1.
I want to see those OP emojis.
1531, you can monitor tower.
It's a very
All right, monitor tower.
Minnesotan thing to say.
Absolutely. And we got company out. RJ's here, so she's going to be joining the broadcast with us here momentarily, too. So it'll be a three-person show today. Lots of commentary for your Friday afternoon and evening.
All right, everybody, it's heavy time.
And we got Sun Country, too.
Yeah.
On the row. This one's off to Tampa 217.
Turn left, heading 260, contact departure.
260 departure, Sun Country 217.
425, Minneapolis, runway.
And I believe that's Delta 9 landing.
Wait, 30 left, 6425.
All right for Delta 9. Delta 9, heavy affirmative, 22, contact ground on 49er.
22.9 for Delta 9.
Alex, those 330 nails are some of the nicest wide bodies I've been on.
I know. I was on the 350 and can only imagine what the 330-900 Neo is like. The 330 Neo has grown on me a lot. I like it way more than the original A330-300, which is essentially what the A330 Neo is. It's just a next-generation version of it with bigger, more fuel-efficient engines. The Trent
like
7000 engines, the exclusive engine choice for the A330 Neo. Sounds so nice. And when you have those engines spooling down, the turbofan makes a whistling sound almost like a bird when you're close to it. That's just so interesting. And it's quiet, too. And my nickname for it is the Silent Giant because by the time that you hear it, it's already soaring right by you pretty much.
Yeah, it definitely gives me 787 vibes. And the Trent 7000 is actually pretty similar to the Trent 1000. Here's an LAX flight, I believe. 425.
Turn left, heading 260, contact departure today.
Left 260 over departure.
Can't remember what viewer that was on 425, but I hope you have a smooth flight.
Trysts, MX, off to LA. Have a great flight. It's one of our live viewers on board that departing Sun Country 737 in the Tide Pod livery. Philip asks us just a few days until the LAX special. Well, I wish it was only a few days away. It's going to be from May 6th through the 8th. And we'll be working with our dear friends Peter and Josh from LA Flights. And just a special thanks to them for providing production assistance for us and for being our tour guides out in LA. We can't thank them enough for the hospitality that they have so graciously provided for us, and we're certainly going to look to return the favor if they decide to make it back here to the Twin Cities. Peter and Josh, if you're watching this, guys, you got to come back to Minneapolis.
Yeah, definitely come to the spring summer when it's nice and warm.
Peter was traumatized the first time he came here because the weather was in the teens, and there was a snowstorm Saturday night into Sunday that dumped a lot of snow across the surrounding metro area and the greater Twin Cities region. And the wind chill as well was also pretty significant that weekend, I remember. It was just brutally cold.
That's Delta 2574 just landed from Savannah, Georgia. Home of Hilton Head, of course. Yeah. And I think Delta has actually been sending some extra sections to Augusta for the big golf tournament down there.
The Masters, yes.
Masters,
I think in the last broadcast that we had on Wednesday, we caught an A220 charter from Augusta, if I remember correctly.
That's right, yeah. A lot of people.
That was super fun.
Yeah,
I'm like, oh, wait a minute. Augusta, Georgia. I know exactly where that is, and I know exactly what is there in Augusta.
That's right.
Or why you would go and visit Augusta. Philip says, yeah, I meant less than 30 days. Going to make a special in Frankfurt from May 1st through the 3rd. Hey, have fun. So fun. Frankfurt is such a cool airport.
Got the Mayo Clinic Express taking off there. SkyWest 4178.
4178, turn left, heading 260, contact departure.
So the OP emoji is a pretty Minnesotan thing. That's basically our reaction to like, oh, we're at attention. Like, I just saw something interesting.
Mm-hmm.
Or, oh, wait, hold on. Look at that over there.
Yeah.
So that's what it means. Oh,
runway 30 left,
There it is.
oh, there it is.
I just made that up.
That's perfect, though.
That sounds perfect, yeah.
It's a Minnesota version of, whoop, there it is.
Yeah. Delta 643 off to Vegas, 739.
Turn left, heading 280.
On the other side, SkyWest 3970 off to Columbus with the Embraer. Hey, at least we can almost still have like dueling arrivals departures here. Out to rip off San Francisco.
Well, I think that's going to be going away soon, isn't it?
Yeah, I think FAA took the waiver. Next up, Sun Country to Orlando 347.
Turn left, heading 260. 260, Sun Country 347.
I'll tell you what, Alex, either it's Friday and a lot of people are packing those planes, or the temperature finally being the 50s makes the atmosphere a little less dense. Those planes are rolling down a little bit longer than a couple days ago, too. Also not as windy.
Estimated 320 at 730 left and left.
So I do want to make a quick mention here. Just because we had a question earlier on the show in regards to when we would be broadcasting live on our next episode. So Monday and Wednesday next week, our usual days moving forward in our usual time slot of an early afternoon departure for us. So that's what we're going to call it. Well, actually, I don't know, maybe arrival?
Mm-hmm.
Either way, we're going to be going live on Monday and Wednesday. Make sure that you set your notifications for that. It's going to be a lot of fun. We won't get our cargo heavies on Monday, but Mondays are just unpredictable as all get out.
Yeah.
And it just seems that Mondays are also just so random.
I'll tell you what was random about yesterday, too. I was home. There were like 3:30 Neo ferries that went over the house. And we were just shipping them out here yesterday.
Yeah.
One going to Boston, and of course, one
You
going
get a
to
330
Seattle.
Neo. You get a 330 Neo. Everybody gets a 330 Neo.
Just doing a little shuffling, I think, and ready for the summer schedule coming up, starting next week. Still kind of a hybrid shoulder season, but I think we'll go full on in the June month time frame up through probably September. We'll get the full slate of summer flights here at MSP.
Coming up in the 4 o'clock hour, we're going to have our other co-host, RJ Bean, join the show. We're going to try and get a rotation of our co-hosts if they become more available, just so we can hear from everybody.
Yeah. Share the mic.
Estimated 320
Yeah, pair of CRJs landing, one from Kansas City here on the south side, and one on the north side from Madison, both in Denver.
CRJ squared.
That's right. That's RJ just telling us that 160 transponders on, Or they're coming up to their departure here momentarily.
Let's go ahead and hit that flight announcement button, Harrison. There we go.
There we
Delta
go.
160 Heavy will be
button.
departing. Yeah, feel free to have at it, Harrison. If you want to make a flight
Victoria
announcement, feel free to smash that button just to give our folks the audio cue that we have a flight that we are
1531, 1
tracking or keeping an eye on that
Yep. And
our
that,
audience would probably benefit from catching.
speaking of which, that looks like something big out there in the distance, doesn't it?
One embryo.
What do we have here?
Delta Papa Pathfinder.
739. Okay. Ah, not quite as big. Although that is big for a 737. The 900 is, yeah.
We've all been there as spotters, and I'll occasionally mistake my 757 for a Heavy, which, you know, kind of is in some people's books, but it's technically not.
Mm-hmm.
Because a Heavy would have to constitute a takeoff weight of 300,000 pounds or greater, I think.
Yeah.
So when you hear that Heavy tag, just
United 2272.
keep in mind the staggering figures as to how heavy that machine is when it is hurling into the air at over 200 miles an hour.
Yeah.
And with those Heavies, over 300,000 pounds as they get airborne.
And engines, you know, producing tens of thousands of pounds of thrust, too.
1542, turn right when able, contact ground on point 9er.
And a couple airplanes, like the 777, in some cases over 100,000 pounds, too.
Yeah, Travis 3 says, good afternoon, Alex. Hey, Travis. Happy Friday. Yeah, I decided that I would come out and do another pop-up show today. Work went pretty well this morning.
Delta Papa, pass behind 1 Sierra J on Quebec. Delta Papa.
So I work for a radio station here in the Twin Cities as a board operator. And
44, traffic, left side.
kind of a slow day, so I got to get out a little bit early and pack it up and head out for MSP this afternoon.
So we got United and the bullpen getting ready. I don't know if they've taken the runway yet.
I think on deck.
Yeah, on deck. Yeah, on deck.
Well, you know,
Yeah.
baseball is now officially in season, so I completely support the reference. As
Yeah, they're
being
definitely the
sports
bullpen.
nuts
They
as we are.
Not taking the field yet. The Sun Country is on short approach, short final here.
Yeah, so I think United, they're going to sit and chill out for just a second. They're going to chillax.
Yes.
Because
So
Sun Country is coming in hot.
Coming in very hot. They're coming all the way from Miami, 416. Yep.
Hey, Robbie Bautista. So great to see you today, Robbie. Happy Friday. Robbie Bautista, 7607. Says hello, everyone. And Alex. Also, Cushing-ish. So great to see you today. Thanks for the update on the Masters tournament. I did see your message in our live chat, and I did not hear about the close call at LAX.
Uh-oh. Another one?
Yeah, Frontier almost hit 2 trucks on a taxiway, had to hit the speed brakes to avoid the collision.
Good for them for avoiding that, but wow.
Yeah. In light of what recently happened, and we already know what recently happened out at New York's LaGuardia. And again, our thoughts, prayers, and our condolences to the pilots that lost their lives and staying on the ground to protect everyone else after the cockpit, because if that plane would have tried to lift off on the runway and they would have gotten airborne, it would have been way bigger of a disaster than it initially was.
I think it's fairly short, yeah, I think it's 416.
Oh, RJ says they were texting. That was the issue. Taxiing, my bad.
So the Frontier aircraft was taxiing.
Yeah.
So,
Which is good.
just want to be extra clear on that, because you never know these days. And I think with events like this, it's important not to be wrapped up in the sensationalism, because then facts and important information can get lost in the noise.
Mm-hmm.
Supercharge 6, proceed around the tunnel, continue Bravo Delta.
We got Prime that just landed on the north side too, so we might get him rolled down, Mike.
Leave enough room for a tug to proceed around the tunnel.
G-Man 5051, so great to see you today. One of our awesome members checking in. Says, every player is one hole away from a triple bogey in the Masters. That's hilarious. And no, we're not talking about landing gear assemblies. No, we're talking about being 3 over par in golf.
Oh, okay. I was one.
So a bogey is 1 over par for the course. A double bogey, and you get the rest. So a triple bogey is being 3 over par. Now, for us regular people, that'd be pretty good if we were to step on a golf course such as the one at Augusta that's hosting the Masters tournament, or any golf course for that matter. But for the professionals, it's not the most desirable, and
Yeah.
so the goal is to go the other way. You want to be under par as much as you can.
Mm-hmm.
So if you complete the golf course in 1 under par, it's a birdie. 2 under par is an eagle for that particular hole. And then it's a double eagle
Yeah.
or a triple eagle.
Hole in one.
Well, yeah, and there's also the famous hole-in-one. Now, it's easier to do that on a par 3, on some of maybe the shorter par 3s, or even some of the longer par 3s. Par 4 is your longer, kind of your mid-sized, hole or on the golf course. On a shorter par 4, potentially you could try for the hole-in-one, but it's a little bit of a stretch to get there.
Yeah.
Well, how do you know so much about golf? Fun fact is that when I was in high school, I actually lettered in golf, and I was on the Kennedy Eagles golf team.
RJ says she lettered too.
Oh, wow.
That's impressive.
For Stillwater High School?
Yep.
Yep, she says for Stillwater High School. Okay.
I let her in swimming. That was my sport.
Now, I didn't pursue golf because, like every college student in the United States, I was broke.
Yeah.
Yeah, I had no money. One of the things I did like, though, and enjoy about the summertime was getting out and, swinging the clubs and using the practice area for the short-range game, like the chipping green, for example, practicing with your 9-iron or your wedge. That was a lot of fun.
Yeah.
So there's a golf course in Bloomington that actually had a good driving range and a chipping green.
We're going to get double mic here.
Oh, nice. Look at this. Back-to-back mic taxis.
This is Southwest 407 from Austin with the Max 8.
That is a combo that I would have not guessed.
Yeah. That United that landed earlier, by the way, that was United 2272 from San Fran with 319. I think they just cleared the United 1531 for takeoff to Orlando. So Prime's going to have to hold, but Southwest is going to taxi in front of that United departure.
So while Prime holds their horses, Southwest has taxiway Mike to itself in this section to taxi to Terminal 2 by us. And they are making their way over with a Max 8.
Push 30 left, Sun Country Airport.
Clear, Jet 570, tell Minneapolis, one is estimated 3207, traffic 4 miles, final, be ready to go, use the left one up and wait. 1531, turn left, heading 260 on connect departure.
Primary's going to continue to hold. We have a Bombardier Challenger landing from San Diego.
Give me the Challenger at Whiskey 7, 607.
Doesn't look like it, but if they do.
Okay.
All right, we're going to leave Southwest alone.
Okay, left turn Delta. Then
They're off to the Humphrey Gate. There's that Challenger that just landed from San Diego. Not Sam, but CLD.
Clear, Jet 70 Hotel, turn left heading 280, running 3 left.
Yes, Gordon. I did change up our 757 emoji. I wanted sort of like a Boeing demonstrator paint scheme pattern on our emoji styling.
I thought I was just going to pick like the number 2 pencil or something. That's what I like to use.
Up to 377, you have a trying to push through.
Anyone use their number 1 pencil?
So RJ says 2 airplanes, 2 pencils. That's what she likes to do. Yeah.
All right, we're going to get our next arrival here, sit on 30 left.
We got a departure.
You know what? We'll go for the option on the departure.
Learjet. Something a little different.
Yes. It's been a little while since I've spotted a Learjet.
Yeah.
So behind the Gulfstream, I think the Learjet is my next favorite executive or business jet.
That's a good choice. Yeah.
Yes, Learjet. Yeah, Learjets are awesome.
Here comes Delta 198, just landed from Cancun. This is one of the former Lion Air 737-900s that actually has already now been converted to a 739 seat now.
Wait, this flew for Lion Air?
Yeah. So all the
wow.
tail numbers higher than 930, so 931 and 959 are, I think it's 59. Could be off by a couple, but either way, greater than 930 DZ are all former Lion Airs.
Yeah, look at
so
this.
So if you look, it's got the plug-in exit door now instead of the activated exit. So you see right behind that Scimitar, it's got an actual window and not a door there. So that's how you can tell it's been reconfigured.
Oh, that is such a good
That's a
high
little
Harrison.
detailed.
Wow.
Yeah. If you look at Sun Country 737-900, because they have so many seats on those airplanes, they have the mid-back exit activated. That's because they cram, I think, almost 200 seats on those 737-900s.
Sun Country needs the capacity.
Yeah. Absolutely. Finally, that primary taxiing, but that's how you can tell that that 737's been reconfigured. It's my understanding that those former Lion Airs are all being reconfigured by Boeing Global Services, either at Payne Field, which is close to my new backyard out in Washington, or Kansas City, too, I believe, handles some of those reconfigurations. They have a sizable portion of the fleet done, and there's still more out there to be reconfigured. But if you get on the 737-900, it will look identical to the ones currently in Delta's fleet. Up next is an
No
Embraer.
kidding. That is
Yeah.
just crazy. And this is why we have Harrison a part of our team.
Yeah. It's a little things, right? So that was SkyWest 3948 off to, as Peyton Manning would say, Omaha. Omaha.
Omaha.
Omaha. There you go.
That was his snap call for the call out before the snap that he would take, that he was most known for. Quarterbacks do that sometimes to indicate what kind of scent the offense is going to run. Sometimes a quarterback might say kill, 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 so they basically cancel the play and they go to an audible if the quarterback doesn't see what they like. And now you got my sports brain doing stuff.
Always cool.
Thanks,
too.
Harrison.
Yeah. Here comes. Yeah. RJ says we got to heavy that push. I think that is 152 that just pushed.
Yes, it's to Paris.
Oh, 814 NW. I totally flew on. This was my very first 330 I ever flew on.
No way.
From Honolulu to Minnie. How cool is that?
What year was this?
This was during COVID, 2021 or 2, I think. So I ended up flying through Seattle because I was picking up a friend to take with on the buddy pass. So I took a 739 out there, and then I got to fly on the Lucky Pencil on ETOPS all the way out to Honolulu. That's my longest pencil flight today, 5.5 hours on one of those. Luckily in the exit row with just 2 seats. But On the way back, I had to come through many because a nail had broken down going back through Seattle, so I ended up switching to go back through many and happened to get a window seat. And yeah, it was not bad for a red eye at 7 hours, 7 minutes. Pretty good tailwinds coming back. Definitely would recommend even those classic COs. They serve you dinner too, everyone in economy too. And for breakfast, I dare say they just give you an English muffin in economy. It's like an Egg McMuffin, just egg and cheese. Exactly. No, 100%. My mom says that Northwest has been doing that even back in the day too, handing out those like cheap English muffins. I mean, it's a short flight, so but at least you get like a pre-arrival meal too. And I think it even came with like some yogurt and fruit. Yeah.
You could get like a child-sized bag of love corn.
Yeah. Ooh,
just ask American Airlines.
Alex, this 739 sneaking out right before that other one touches down. This is going to be close. That was by probably 10-15 seconds. Delta 2612 got off for Nashville, which prevented Alaska 413 for Portland from having to go around.
And that's why we focused on the arrival and not the departure, because I was seeing the same thing that you were, Harrison, and I was anticipating that because of the spacing and how close it was, that it was approaching go-around territory or pretty close to it.
I was going to say I had my finger right by the alert button, just in case.
Well, you know what? That's millimeter precision. Our controllers and the pilots working with them. Excellent job, everybody, especially on the roll.
Oh, that was close. Good job to everybody.
413 Delta for Echo.
Yeah.
413
Yeah, I saw you had your eye on that Alaska, and I was like, wait a minute, this Delta's rolling right in front of it. And I was like, it hasn't even gotten airborne yet. If it had not gotten airborne, would it have gone around, you know?
I thought for a second that might happen, which is why I focused on the, you know, as I said before, as I focused on the Alaska Max.
Yeah, no, good situational awareness. Here comes a CRJ. SkyWest 3944 to KC.
413, before you turn into that alley, maybe double check. Recently, you guys moved over the Echo 2 side, the other side of that terminal.
Yeah, we got a message saying Echo 1. I'm trying to get over the couple of
Very well. But that's where you're at today. West 3944, turn left heading 260, connect departure.
260,
Looks like they're going to sneak that 737-900 for Sun Country, 607 out ahead of another Sun Country on short final here, 610. So we'll watch carefully and see how close they get this time around.
Yeah.
They definitely have some space here, but Sun Country's on the roll, yeah. Plenty of space.
Matty Urich 2921 says, afternoon, Alex. Just tuning in. Well, hey, great to see you. Happy Friday, Matty. Matty also says, had fun watching Caitlin fly over my backyard earlier. Fine.
That's always the best when you have a backyard and you don't even have to leave to go spotting. It's one of those luxuries. Mm-hmm. Now, did you notice the door on the back of 900? That 900 was filled in too. So that one did not have the window, so that's where you can tell that there is a door there instead of just a regular window.
Left turn 260.
Yeah, the 737-900 ERs are starting to have a gradually more significant presence in Sun Country's fleet, so it's great to see that they are still adopting that aircraft more and more.
On the north side is Boston, departure 2591 with a 321.
We're going to stick to the south side. We're going to catch our incoming Sun Country 737 in the Tide Pod livery. We've seen quite a few Tide Pod liveries today.
Yeah. And we've got some exciting planes. I'll do the chime here because we have Delta 152.
Are they next in line?
They are 2 to go, I believe. It will be after a pencil.
Ooh.
Mm-hmm. And RJ's telling me we have a nice contrail of a standby. 1 second.
Garrison's going to check
It's
flight
a
radar.
cargo Lex 747-8 to O'Hare. We have a visible shot of the contrail.
Oh.
So we'll see if Alex can get you a zoomed-in shot of it here, because it's going to pass pretty close to us over the tower. Yeah. Good situational awareness. So, yeah, there it is there. So
Look at
that 747-8 is flying all the way from Anchorage to Chicago. Now, Cargo Lux is based in the country of Luxembourg, so quite a different routing for them to make. So probably picking up some cargo on its way back over Europe, I would assume.
It's going to have you follow company and get other inbounds coming. So 30 left via Delta Whiskey following company on them.
But, you know, having the Queen of the Skies able to carry us some cargo gives you all the flexibility you need to transport all the cargo in the world.
610, hold on Charlie, short of Charlie 2.
Hold Charlie short of Charlie 2, 610.
Delta 24, 15 Minneapolis ground, push approved, 30 right.
Here comes that pencil to Fort Myers, Delta 308 on the row.
617, right sec.
MS1.
Sun Country 617, right sec.
Did 599 call me, sir?
Let's take up.
Charlie 2 behind both outbound companies.
All right, Charlie 2 behind both outbound aircraft. Thanks, Sun Country 610. Ground Delta 1885 taxi.
RJ giving it the northwest salute as it takes off, as it's got the NW tail markings. And 162 has taken the runway. So here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Delta 152 off to Paris Charles de Gaulle.
Sun Country 407 Minneapolis Tower, winds variable at 6. At your discretion on a 30 left, line up and wait. Nobody's on final. Caution with turbulence for departing heavy Airbus 330. Okay, caution with turbulence. We'll line up and wait 30 left, Sun Country 407.
30 left, taxi Charlie 5, Charlie Alpha.
Charlie 5, Charlie Alpha, 30 left, American 2381.
You know, that was an epic departure when you hear just dead silence across the spotter's part. I mean, quite the thunderous sound of those Pratt & Whitneys coming at you. Never gets old.
But you don't shake like if they were GEs.
RJ says, you don't shake like they're GEs. Yeah, those things are screamers, too. Most definitely.
Some of the PW4000 engines on Delta's A330-300 fleet give you a nice hint of buzzsaw.
Yes,
some of them.
Yeah, most definitely. Especially at the lower thrust, I think you get better buzzsaw sound.
Yeah, I would tend to agree with that as well.
Even the 350s, 330 Neos. Any updates on Delta 160, our viewer asked? That should be pushing soon. I'm just going to check flight radar.
Transponder's been on for a while. I would just kind of continue to keep an eye on any movement over there.
Brian Johnson, NWA 747, one of our awesome members, says hello from Marco Island, Florida. Hey, I've been there multiple times. Hope you're having a great Friday over there in Marco Island. There's this really good restaurant by the waterfront that has really good fish and chips. And also fish tacos as well, too.
Ooh, we got dueling departures. So that was 407 for Sun Country to San Diego on the north side. It's Delta 377 with the Neo all the way to Anchorage, Alaska.
Yeah, there you go. We got a couple of them.
Yeah.
All right, we're going to switch to Delta 377 off to America's last frontier.
Now that's definitely a long Neo flight, but it's more than capable.
Well, that's the kind of aircraft that you
160
would want
heavy.
Okay.
Has a beacon, yeah.
Oh, yes. I think I see the jet bridge.
It looks like they are pushing. Yep, there we go. Folks, stay tuned. You'll want to hear Delta 160 Heavy will be off to Amsterdam in the next few minutes with that 350. It was just pushing. Looks like it stopped.
It's also a notable flight alert for us, all the 350s that we see here. Get the notable tag. So, indeed, the jet bridge is pulled back over at Gulf 4, where their departure gate is, and they will be pretty soon, before you know it, lined up with 30 left for departure to Amsterdam.
That's right. That Spring City Aviation citation just took off that you just heard. We caught them landing. Now they're off to Midway. They're probably waiting for that American to pass them, and then they'll push back. I would imagine. Just have to give way to aircraft that are already ready for takeoff.
Yep, they're probably thinking, move it.
Get out of my way. Yep.
All right, more 757 action.
Yep, 1885 off to Orlando, 699 DL.
713 Minneapolis ground on a 30 left taxi via Lima northbound. Lima, November, crossing at 17. Here, Mike, good.
Runway 30 left, line up away. Delta 1885, turn left heading 260.
And there they go. Now they're pushing. Yep. 160 is on the push.
All right, and there's 160 heavy.
Here comes Sun Country on the roll. Off to Phoenix Mesa, Sun Country 599.
Delta 1605, Minneapolis, Tower, hold in position at Charlie Cross, on a 30 left, and then join Whiskey. Sun Country 599, turn left heading.
And guess what, folks? Delta 165 is approximately 35 minutes out. That'll be our next wide body to come into land too. So we have a packed Friday afternoon for you here. Should be also seeing UPS and FedEx coming in at some point later this afternoon as well. No 747 today, but we do have the 767 for you from...
It's a nice change of scenery too. Because
yeah,
I think the 767's underrated, and we really don't see a whole lot of 767 ops during the daytime. Well, within the more recent past several months.
Yeah. That's a nice shot you got of Delta 1605 in St. Louis there. You get see the back of those Rolls-Royce BMW engines, as well as a tail emergency exit too. If you didn't know, you can escape a 717 through the tail of the back of the plane there. So when you open up that door in the back, that tail cone is supposed to jettison, and then the slide will come out, so you have a way to exit. Here's Sun Country 617 at Palm Springs.
That's it, 219 Minneapolis Tower, hello. Wind 3006, up 155.
And Alex, the Gopher plane is about to buzz us here on taxiway Mike from our behind.
Are you kidding?
You know? No April Fools.
What?
Yeah, check this out.
Oh, nice. Gopher pod on taxiway Mike.
It's moving very, very quickly. Wish your football team moved this quick. Sometimes I'm just kidding. I love making a couple sports jokes. They are off on either a charter or extra section at San Diego. So we'll see them departing here shortly as well. Now, how cool is that?
I think that's a first.
Yeah, I was going to say, that might be a first, too. Here comes American 2381 to Charlotte 320.
Delta 160 Heavy on the 30 left X to the Alpha.
Alpha to 30 left, Delta 160 Heavy.
So we got a couple planes taxiing. By the way, that 350 going to Amsterdam today is a former LATAM 350 as well. 576DZ is the newest of the used LATAM 350 birds. All of the LATAM 350s have been converted to the 35H configuration. That gives you 40 Delta One suites split between two cabins. That front cabin left of the door, and then an extra set of, I believe, 8 suites to the right. So that means economy passengers now get to see what they're missing out on when they board. Get to be like, oh, better save up some more money next time to get some Delta One cuisine.
Or a lot of points.
Yeah, or a lot of miles. Yep, that too. Have you all run on the 350? We'd love to hear what you think in the comments. Feel free to chat us. All of us here have at least had one flight on one. Logan, I think, takes supreme of us anchors. Yeah, RJ hasn't yet. Both Alex and I did the Detroit People Mover, so I got on one going out there, and then he got out on one. Were you coming back from Detroit or going to? I'm trying to remember.
I went to the Motor City.
You went to the Motor City, yeah. Yeah, I was visiting my grandma over there, so from Ypsilanti, so
I was just
about
going to
20
say,
minutes
yeah,
to the west.
Ypsilanti, even though there's a Y in the name, it's not how it's pronounced.
That's right. That's a fun name.
So I have a lot of extended family in Michigan, too. So my mom's side of the family was originally from the Saginaw, Michigan area. My dad's side of the family was originally from Ann Arbor. So every year, my family and I, we have a little vacation, a little family reunion in Michigan.
Sun Country 8713 Minneapolis Tower, the one is 3107, running 30 left, line up and wait.
My turn on the headset.
Hey, RJ. Well, you know, it is that time. It's just after 4 o'clock, so when we said that we'd be welcoming you on in the 4 o'clock hour till 5. Hey, RJ, so great to see you today.
Hey, Mr. Alex.
Such an amazing day out.
Oh, this is a nice. This is
Endeavor
the way I wish it was out here all winter long. Of course, wouldn't be cold enough for the snow and ski and all that, but
Well, no de-icing ops though.
yeah. Well, that means that our departures can get out more on time, though, too.
That is very true.
Delta 1605, turn left heading 260.
Back at Boeing, 357. Hey, thanks for tuning in today. Happy Friday.
Delta 160 Heavy, Minneapolis.
Also, Lewis Courtney, 5740, says I will be on Delta 160 tomorrow. My first time on the 350. Have a fun trip. I'm excited for you.
Oh, I'm jealous. Here comes Gopher Pod.
5104, turn right heading 320 and a 30 right, clear for takeoff.
Let's get 376 Minneapolis, takes you a pop across the A4.
Pop across 4, Alaska 37.
Sun Country 8713, turn left heading 260, contact departure.
Heading 260 over to departure of Great Day, Sun Country 8713.
So are they operating just a regularly scheduled flight, or are they flying
Charter.
Flying one of the teams out? Okay.
Because they were over at the corporate hangar when I pulled in today.
Yep, and they were still there when I went by. When I was able to get myself out here as well.
Endeavor 5104 heading 320, contact departure.
Yeah, just clear pop 8 for me, please.
All right, everybody. Delta 160 have a now on the roll for Amsterdam with the big A350.
Lima November, cross 170, Mike.
Lima November, cross 170, Mike. 3041.
Yeah. One thing is for sure, they keep saying that this will remain the Florida base of operation. Here.
5112, Minneapolis, welcome back. The wind is 270 at 10, gust 15, run a 30 right for the line. Country 663. Delta 160 Heavy, once established on the 340 heading, contact departure, have a great flight.
Roger, established on that, departure heading, going to departure, Delta 160.
All right. Always interesting to hear those communications between our air traffic controllers and the pilots on board. And here's to everybody on board 160 today having a great trip to AMS, Amsterdam, Schiphol.
Lewis Courtney, 5740, says thanks for the shout out. Hey, anytime. We try and do a good job of taking care of our folks in the chat around here, even in person too. Yeah, we enjoy every single show, saying hi to you guys and interacting. If you have a question, feel free. Shout it out. So I'll tell you what, RJ, we're going to have a fun runway recap at the end of our program today. We already have quite a few highlights that have been stowed away that will be shown later today.
So are they in the carry-on or checked luggage? Hopefully carry-on, because a lot of the airlines have just increased their fees, unfortunately.
They're carry-on.
They're good.
We need them readily accessible.
Yes.
I cannot afford to wait a baggage claim for those.
Caution, wait, turbulence, previous departure, heavy Airbus 350. Turn left heading 280.
The bag fees.
Oh, I tell ya.
Only 30 left turn takeoff, heading 280.
Well, if you happen to be flying and you have a credit card that you can use to help with that, like say, one of the cards for Delta with that incentive, that does help, and it can add up. And just to, as I mentioned earlier, and Harrison kind of shared it a little bit, I'm watching 165, the last of the 3 inbound flights from AMS, now that we have that third one heading over to them, and then the third one coming back. That's 30 minutes out, and they have started their descent some. They're down to 30,000 feet. Left 8 hours and 20 minutes ago with another 30 minutes yet en route.
I'm 5112 Minneapolis, contact via Quebec.
I was going to say, they should have just gone back.
08, that's 16, runway 30 left for the land. Good land, 37.
Yeah, at this point, you might as well start playing the lottery.
Charlie 2, Charlie Whiskey.
30 left, Charlie 2, Charlie Whiskey.
I think that's
Southwest 611, turn left heading 260, contact Departure Cadet.
260 heading now, switch southwest, 611 heading.
Good to see you today, Neil. Enjoy your steak and beer.
So, Alex, we got a mic.
Oh.
Smurf jet.
Oh.
Oh. I'm like Olaf today. I got eyes on the back of my head. And my head can go 360.
For 1208, visual 30 left.
Delta 1 jet. Tower, the wind is 2705, Delta 16, that's the holding position, running 30 left for the land.
30 left, clear to land up 1208.
yeah, for like hard step down. Now, Legion, Maxes, yeah, like a definite. Yeah, definitely. Someone's like, are you sure? I was like, it's fucking nice on air flies. Yeah, exactly, yeah. I mean, if they could go from Seattle, it should have no problem flying from here to there. And they're just like, what? There's like nice on air flies with Maxi. Can they take off when we go? Yeah, I'm sure. As long as the weather's not bad, I imagine it was bad. One of the first places that they used Maxi. Yeah, the load was 12,000 kilos. Oh, that's not bad, yeah.
So Delta 1208 coming in with a 757 from Orlando as we watch our Premier 737-800 Boeing converted freighter make its way over to the south parallel. 30 left for departure, and we have a passenger 737-800 following in behind our Sun Country freight
3032, taxi to 30 left.
737. This is off
Delta
to
Whiskey, Southwest 1296.
airport code TUS for Tucson, Arizona. United 732, our next arrival on runway 30 left. I think they're just ahead of our 757. That is inbound from Orlando, and indeed they are.
Challenge 813, Mike Sierra, Minneapolis Tower, wind 2705, gust 16, runway 30 left, for the land. Correction, runway 30 left, line up and wait.
Check.
Wind, variable at 6, gust 16.
Thank you.
My other weather reader says 310 at 7, gust 15. United 732, turn right, contact ground point 9.
Right turn ground point 9, yeah, 732.
So just as a heads up, Alex, our next departure is going to be a Bombardier.
732 Minneapolis ground taxi via
Private owner, so we don't know who it belongs to. So just so you know, you got a heads up, she's coming.
Signature information, Romeo time.
All right.
It's a 220 Minneapolis ground, runway 30 left taxi via Whiskey, southwest.
So if you're enjoying today's show, make sure to hit that thumbs up button. It's the easiest way to support MSP Live. If you also want the notifications, if you haven't subscribed already, want to see our show on Monday or Wednesday, we highly recommend. We have a busy, fun time out at MSP on Sundays and Wednesdays. Yeah, the weather on Monday is going to be even better than it is today.
I thought there was rain in the forecast for Monday. Have they shifted it south?
Possibly, yeah.
Okay.
There might be a chance of a shower, possibly a thunderstorm. I was looking at the weather forecast for Monday, but whatever the event is, we will just have to play it by ear.
Yeah, because of what I have planned for Sunday, I've been watching the forecast as well, so I certainly don't want any rain or any severe weather. Not around here.
I can see. Cruise 30 left. 30 left, push cruise.
And our Delta 1208, our 75 from Orlando has touched down. Former Northwest. 75, 200.
Sun Country 633.
Perfect, thanks. You got a 663 out at the runway, and I want to make sure I didn't have the wrong one.
Optimistic Mountain Landscape, so great to see you today. This is Hi Alex and RJ. Looks like a nice day there. It is wonderful today. And of course the upside is that everything looks phenomenal. Just wait till golden hour.
Delta 1208 cleared about 30 left at Delta. We're going to Fox 9.
Our golden hour plane spotting, the views we get are incredible. Especially with the departures.
And our sunsets are getting later.
That is also correct. Our sunset today is just past 7:40 p.m., I think, right?
I think it's actually getting closer to about 10 minutes of 8. Of course, it always kind of depends on which where you're looking, because they all seem to have different times.
Oh, I know.
Yeah.
It's getting longer in the day there, but don't you know?
Turn left,
Ah,
280. Runway 30 left. Clear takeoff. Left heading 280, 30 left. Clear takeoff. Sun Country 663. Southwest 1276, Smith Tower, 30 left, flying plane, traffic 4 mile final.
750.
30 left, Southwest 1296. That was 4057, got it curved. Ground point end. That was 4236.
So our Smurf jet is headed out to San Bernardino.
AJ Ryder says, afternoon, Alex, RJ Mods, and fellow chatters. Hey, AJ, so great to see you today.
4057 up turn, takes to Papa.
Optimistic Mountain Landscape says the LA Flight's 5-year anniversary is in August. It's a big date for our friends coming up this summer.
Mercury 663, do you have Prime lane ahead and chill up inside? Yeah, traffic inside, Sun Country 663. 663, maintain visual separation from traffic, turn left heading 260, connect departure. Visual separation left 260 over departure, Sun Country 663.
J-Ro Rito Rodriguez, so great to see you today. Happy Friday. Welcome to the Twin Cities. It's been nonstop action since we went live to air around 3 p.m.
Southwest departure was flight 1296. They were up in a hurry and they are headed to BWI, which is Baltimore.
Anthony D, 5189, one of our Chicago Center controllers saying, hello everyone, how are we doing today? Hey Anthony, so great to see ya. Ready for the weekend? It's going to be great here this weekend. Well, with the exception of tomorrow, of course. Sunday is just going to be, it's going to be wildly windy on Sunday.
Only 30 left, Quebec, Charlie, Alpha,
But it's expected to get into the upper 70s as well on Sunday.
Country 107, or taxi.
280, runway 30 left, take up.
Foxtrot 280, 30 left, for takeoff.
You know, the other thing that I forgot to mention today is if Tennessee 1 is still going to come in today. I forgot to mention that. I'm sorry, everybody. Tennessee 1 was on the schedule earlier today, and you're never going to believe where it was scheduled to fly in from.
1306, RJ from the left gives way. You got airborne
Any
time
guesses?
34, avoid the 37, time now 27. 3437, they give away, 13.
RJ, do you have a guess?
Well, I would say maybe one of the airports down in the Lone Star State. That's, you said Texas. You say Texas or Tennessee? Tennessee. Okay, so, all right, I was just starting to kind of dig into that on my app. Here. Nashville?
Ding, 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 ding. You got it.
260, switch to departure, executive 220.
I don't blame you for having Lone Star 1 on the brain, because that was in here recently, so all's good. Hey, Jeff in Mass 1 says hello from Boston. Great to see you today. Happy Friday.
I might have missed that wind, 250 at 100, that's 15, runway 20 right, clear to land.
So, it's been an incredibly busy day today. It's been non-stop since we went live to air at around 3. Kicked off the show with KLM departing to Amsterdam, KLM 250 Heavy with a 7879 Dreamliner. We also got 160 Heavy departing to AMS, Delta 152 to Paris. Got the arrival of Delta 9er from London Heathrow. And then, speaking of our A330 arrivals, we still have yet to see Delta 165 Heavy.
They're getting closer.
So I was just going to ask about that. That was a perfect segue.
So I'll go back and check to see on where they're at, but I was going a little bit further out into the afternoon and checking on 170.
Oh, yep, and we'll also have another A350 to spot as well later today. This on the arrival end, though. But RJ, update on Delta 170 from Seoul.
They're an hour and 26 minutes out.
Yahoo!
They are scheduled in at just at 6, and they're going to be in just a handful of minutes ahead of that. 5-2.
Awesome.
So,
Tim, great to see you today. This is greeting from Belarus. Welcome to Minneapolis. So thanks so much for tuning in. Great to have you on board today. It's probably getting pretty late over there. So it's been nonstop fun here from the Twin Cities. We have a fun airport here at Minneapolis St. Paul International. We're the home base of Sun Country Airlines, which is a ultra low-cost carrier that's been based in Minnesota for a long time. They are merging with Allegiant. They will be under the Allegiant banner. By the end of this year is when they are trying to get the 2 independent operator certificates here in the U.S. merged into one and under the Allegiant name. And Sun Country will sadly be going away off into history, but it's a quirky, good, low-cost carrier option to fly if you're here in the States. We're a major Delta hub. We're a Delta stronghold here in the Twin Cities. We see a ton of Delta jets, a lot of Airbus aircraft, A330s. We see plenty of those, A350s, 757, 300s, 200s, Airbus A321s, 320s, 19s, 737, 900ERs. Also, you can't talk about MSP without mentioning our next arriving aircraft.
Right here, yeah, that'd be great.
The Delta 717. We see a lot of the 717s, the Boeing 717 here at MSP.
Yeah, those lights out on the wingtips gives that aircraft away.
36,
And 165 is 7 minutes out.
Go traffic 4 out. 30 left 5 point, taxi 633. So 4266, taxi pop-up monitor ground point 9. So 3005, Minneapolis ground push approved, 30 left.
Huddy 737, yeah, that's a good point. California 1. I was stuck at work at departed MSP today, so this arrival of Tennessee 1 expectedly later during the show today will be the second Southwest special livery in one day that we will have received, I think.
Traffic, 2 out, traffic in position.
Off at Mike, ground, Delta 24.
All right, we're going to get some Sun Country departures here coming up in just a jiff. Speaking of, there's our next takeoff clearance. Sun Country. Oh, we need to get out of here. Let me see where they're headed to.
2463 minutes, runway depart.
So they are going to be making some noise headed over to the Music City, Nashville, Tennessee. And RJ, do we have confirmation on our Tennessee 1 arrival?
I got distracted when I was looking for the inbound heavies, so I'll get back.
All good. There's a lot to keep track of today. I don't blame you. I'd kind of get lost too, just because it's just been nonstop. But that's the way we like it, though.
Southwest 1711 minutes, traffic is hold in position, wind 2508, runway 30 left, clear to land. 30 left, Degree 633, turn left heading 260, connect departure, have a good one. Heading 260, report to Country 633.
So Alex, is it Southwest Flight 711? Or is it a different one?
So it's arriving from Nashville. I think that might be it.
2778, 30 right, cleared to land.
So we do have an inbound Southwest flight.
Yeah, we got Charlie and
might
9.9 Delta
be about number 2 for arrival, but I'm not seeing the livery.
So this Southwest flight's coming in from Denver, so they'll have the regular...
Oh, okay, so yeah, the next arrival is also Southwest from Denver, but the airplane picture that is with it is not indicating that it's a livery.
Okay.
So it looks like we've got a couple of...
Maybe they swapped it out last second. That would be my guess.
Yeah, we do have a couple of back-to-back arrivals that are Southwest, and the first one is the next arrival. Southwest Flight 1956 from Denver, and then the next arrival behind them is also Southwest. That's Flight 711 from Nashville. So the pictures that go along with these two inbound aircraft don't give me the indication that they are the special livery.
Yeah, I took a peek at the schedule this morning and I saw Tennessee 1 on there, but they must have yanked it for a Southwest 737 in the regular coat of paint.
Taxi for Jazz 720.
Jazz 720 Minneapolis ground, runway 30 right, taxi G at Delta Papa.
Delta and Papa, Jazz 720.
And ground point 9.
Just as a heads up, we will have some heavy freighter action coming your way. in around a half an hour. UPS 5568 Heavy from Louisville, Kentucky with the 767 will be making their way in here at approximately 5:13 p.m. Central Daylight Time. We'll also have, I think, FedEx 798 today. Let me look.
Southwest 1956, Minneapolis, contact departing via Charlie Tango. Charlie Tango to Park Southwest 1956.
And just as a heads up, Alex, just so you know it's coming, we have an inbound mosquito on the north side. So, of course, we know how they like to come by us when they're taxiing, so.
That is the nickname given to the Swearingen Fairchild Metroliner.
Skywest 305
Bemidji flies those aircraft as feeders for UPS.
Quebec, Charlie Alpha.
Minutes start, step low in position, wind 270 at 9er, gust 16, runway 30 left, clear to land.
Clear to land 30 left, American 2379.
There's 261, turn further left in 260, connect departure.
Left 260 over to departure, Sun Country 261.
So here's the second of those two Southwest arrivals. This is the one from
I think
Nashville.
this would have been Tennessee 1 from Nashville, but
right.
I'm not seeing it. I'm not seeing it on the schedule at the moment.
Yeah, now that she's arrived and we can see them, this is unfortunately not the livery that we thought we might get today.
That's all right.
Southwest 711.
We got the weather we wanted. I think that's the big thing.
Ground point 9, Southwest 711.
I'm going to leave it at that.
Ready to Texas.
And the fact that we
Southwest 34
are able to have a stream today just because so able to get out of work early. I try and be Mr. Efficient when I walk into work.
30 left, left 10 Hotel 12.
And just as a heads up, Alex, the next arrival coming in on 30 left is going to be American 2379 from Dallas, and our inbound flight 165 from AMS with the A330-900 is behind them.
Minneapolis Compass approved, runway 30 left.
They are 2 minutes out. So, and I now can see them.
All right, let's switch to the departing 717.
Mike, hold short, runway 30 left.
Oh, 1306, turn further left, heading 260, connect departure. 260 now, contact departure, Delta 1306 here.
That's fine. 1023, Monitor Tower, 126.7.
That 717 was in charge of Delta 1306. It's headed to Chicago O'Hare. Meanwhile, here's American Airlines 2379 coming in from the Metroplex. It's Dallas Fort Worth arriving with a 737.
American 2379, turn right Delta, ground point 9, traffic cross on field.
Right, Delta, ground point 9, right, 2379.
Minji 1023, minute start, Mike, cross runway 30 left, continue 0 November, hold short at 17, traffic in position.
Mike, cross 30 left, Mike 0 November, hold short 17, 23.
Delta 165 Heavy from AMS with the A330-900 Neo is now in sight on short final for runway 30 left.
American 2379, Minneapolis ground, exit parking via Delta.
Delta Park, American 2379, cadet.
Clear takeoff.
So it will be crossing the Minnesota River here in just a minute as they continue their approach to the south parallel runway. There will be a departing Sun Country flight just out ahead of them. Out in front of our arriving A330 Neo is Sun Country 107 to Las Vegas.
Push approved
3817.
634 visual approach, 30 left, battle lane.
34 minutes, tower, Durham 2, traffic heavy Airbus, small final, wind 28010, runway 30 left, clear to land.
Clear to land, 30 left, Sun Country
34, caution my clearance, I don't remember, but a heavy Airbus short final.
Freeway turn, Sun Country 30.
Ooh, that spacing is close.
Alpha 3468, hold short ILS, critical area, please.
Hold short ILS, critical area, Delta 34. 28, runway 30 left, taxi via Alpha, hold short Delta 1028, disregard that runway 30 left, taxi Alpha.
Alpha to 30 left, Delta 1028.
East 1023, it's Sarah November, cross 117, Lima.
November cross 117, Lima.
Taxi via Delta Whiskey.
Delta Whiskey, 30 left, Sun Country 667.
So 165 heavy, turn right, south bay, join Alpha, ground point 9.
Alpha 8, south and Alpha, ground point 9, Delta 165 heavy. Ground, good afternoon, Delta 165 heavy with you for Golf 4.
Delta 165 heavy, runway 3. Correction, exit parking via Alpha, cross runway 4.
Taxi parking via Alpha, cross runway 4, Delta 165 heavy.
Look at that, Delta 165 Heavy getting up and riding the bike. Little aerodynamic braking as they touched down on 30 left, and they went long for the exit off on Alpha 8, I think, at that intersection. So they rolled right past the crosswind runway intersection of 30 left, runway 422. I think that's deserving of an instant replay. What do you guys think? Yeah? You know what? Let's do it. Send it. Instant replay time. So 165 touching down. And then shortly thereafter would ride the bike. And a nice, gentle, and graceful touchdown, too. Really well done.
1028, that's car 30 left, line up and wait.
Line up and wait, 30 left.
Southwest 3468, continue your taxi 30 left, thanks for that.
Continue taxi 30 left.
How about that? Delta 165 going for a little bike ride on the south parallel.
10 hours into 777, the whole sort of critical.
Exec jet 777, help you can continue.
Okay, thanks.
Cemetery 384, turn left Charlie, ground 1.9.
Charlie 9, consider one.
Encore 3017, runway 30 right, taxi via Bravo Delta Papa.
Bravo Delta Papa,
Delta 1028 flight.
Hey everybody, welcome to the aircraft viewing area. I'm Alex, that's RJ, and we'll tell you what, I knew it was going to be a great day today. I just didn't know how good it was going to be.
Oh, this
weather
is
perfect.
Yeah. And I knew you'd mentioned that there was a possibility for today, and then all of a sudden you put the message out, and I said, whoa.
Apologies, everybody, if you didn't get the notifications in time. So Fridays do expect a pop-up show here and there. Do be on the lookout for that every other week. So again, another big reason, make sure that you have that bell notification button engaged, as well as staying subscribed, right? You know, if you enjoy our content, you really like what you see, so you don't miss a notification when we go live, especially on a day like today. And when we go live sometimes, kind of in a pinch, we can catch some really cool stuff. And I think that we have certainly caught quite a few interesting things today. And how about that Gopher Pod taxi on Mike, the University of Minnesota special livery for Sun Country, 809 Sierra Yankee.
Oh, yeah.
Just waltzed right by, 300 feet away.
Because it's a little bit of a connection as to what I'm doing on Sunday morning.
Yep. Absolutely.
Because it is related to the University of Minnesota.
Yes. Skyuma, as they say.
Goldie's Run.
Left 260 on connect departure.
Left 260, overnight Delta 1020.
Papa 3468, fly runway heading. Runway 30 left, clear for takeoff. Alright, fly runway heading, clear for takeoff, 30 left, stop for 3468.
She found the mic in the case, but she told me it was the other one. Rotation, that's okay. Yeah, sounds good. I'll take a break. Yeah, no problem. You keep going. Well, I'm gonna have a friend join me out here soon, so I'll probably be entertaining.
Number 4695, Minneapolis ground runway 30 left, taxi via, taxi via Quebec, Charlie Alpha.
Yeah, for sure. All right, great. Which one of you need?
5455, hold short Alpha 9 for crossing traffic, please.
Hold short of 9, what, is that the intersecting up there?
Blue Street 55, or 5455, nope, it's Alpha 9, it's almost at the end there.
Oh, gotcha, Alpha 9. Yeah, we got numbers for that one.
All right, we're doing a little host swap here.
768, we pop up Minneapolis Tower, number 2, check hold in position, wind 3007, runway 30 left, put away. Hold short of Alpha.
Hey, welcome back to the broadcast booth. I'm Alex, and we're now joined by Harrison
Yeah,
Rademacher. Or Harrison is meteorologist, degreed meteorologist. You went to the University of Wyoming to study for it, and you also have a deep aviation background as well. Your mom actually was a flight attendant for Northwest and later Delta, correct?
Yeah, that's just Northwest. So she
Okay.
was a Northwest Orient hire, if you can imagine
wow.
that airline way back in 1981. And then she worked in the cabin up until I think about 1995, and then she transitioned to working in the office. So she was in charge of in-flight crew planning, and it looks like RJ's pointing a 3-5 is open too. But yeah, a lot of what she did.
We got a 3-5 arrival. We're going to swing over and catch that real quick, because
yeah, we'll catch a 3-5 arrival display. But yeah, one of my mom's jobs in Northwest was in charge of in-flight crew planning. So basically, what the flight crew serve, like maybe on this flight here, Delta 1226 coming in from Bozeman. She has a whole slew of customer feedback forms that she basically analyzed and helped with basically the offerings of, you know, the services in flight. So I think the funniest one I've ever read was, funnily enough, just because I did the Grand Forks and Mini Shuffle quite a bit of times, one customer was like, I wish you served Miller Lite on this flight or something. And economy, which it's like a 15-minute flight, so there's barely enough time to even get up and, you know, share something.
And your dad too, Harrison, wasn't he involved in flight operations too? Because he also had a pretty big background.
Yeah, so he was a North Central hire in 1979. And of course, a lot of you know North Central merged with Southern in 1979 to form Republic. I appreciate that. Thanks so much. RJ's telling us we have a 767-300 is inbound from Phoenix, scheduled to arrive in 3 minutes. Is Delta 2218 Heavy. Dodge Challenger off to Oakland. But Sergeant was saying we have 767 subbing in for 75 coming in very shortly from Phoenix. Luckily for us, we will be able to see this on 30 left.
Whiskey 10 cross 30
And
left,
since you
Bravo,
know
wait,
a
word.
encyclopedia about the Delta fleet and just the technical knowledge that you have is outstanding.
Yeah.
With what's not just outside of the aircraft that what we can see from a spotter's point of view, but also the inside and maybe the technical details that are under the hood, so to speak.
Yeah, absolutely. So let me tell you about the 767-300 that Delta has. So those cockpits are actually the same as the 757. So Delta calls the category, I believe, the 7.5 or the 7ER per se. So one Delta pilot certified for a 7.5 can also fly for a 767-300. The one special type is a 767-400. That one has a cockpit similar to the 777. So the 777 pilots back then, I think, were able to also fly the 767-400, but I believe in the bidding they kept it as a separate pilot class.
Papa turn left whiskey 5 straight in the signature.
That's interesting. I did not know that about the 767-400, but it would make a lot of sense between the 777 and 767-400ER with those two glass cockpits, and they kind of look similar too. But
yeah, they're similar. I'd say the 400 has more LCD panels, and then
it's got more pizzazz.
The 300 probably has still the CRT screens with some of the what they call the 6-pack gauges. So your altitude and your altimeter setting, your speedometer, all that. Still has some knobs with it too. Not as big of a map for seeing where you are too, flight plan, stuff like that. So kind of an old school EIS is what they call them.
We also have a membership anniversary to celebrate. Steve Lundaby, a member for 13 months. Let's go. Thank you so much, Steve.
Thank you, Steve. We have Sun Country 657 in Denver here, and then that Phoenix Heavy will be landing just after this one takes off.
In fact, we're going to bail on our Sun Country departure.
Yep, I see it right over the horizon.
933 Minneapolis Tower, landing traffic will hold
West jet just took off on the north side of the Dash 8, Q400.
Whiskey 10 cross runway 30 left, Bravo, Sky 3933.
3005 Minneapolis Tower, 30 left, line runway, traffic 6 mile final, traffic out home field.
5.30 left, Sky 38.
657, turn left, being 260, connect departure.
Ladies and gentlemen, that's 2218 arriving for Phoenix.
Brickyard 3681, Minneapolis ground, push approved, runway 30 left.
Push approved, 30 left. 31.
2507, runway 30 left, land, hold short off, crossing traffic.
Now, there's something else I didn't talk about with the 767s, but Delta actually has two engine types of the 767. So,
okay,
this one here is a Pratt & Whitney PW4060. The other type they have is the GE CF6 engines. All the 400s are the CF680 powered. And then, as far as I know, just the Pratt & Whitney one flying right now from ships, I think like 171 and 199DN, and then there's like a few random ones with Pratt & Whitney's, and then the 16, it's like the ship numbers get weird when you get into the GE. So the DZ ones are like 171 to like 177 DZ. The probably missing some numbers before and after, but those are GE powered. They're also a little bit newer than the PW ones. There are still some 767-300s that I've been flying that are still in service that are approaching 35 years old. I think that does include ship 171 too.
Oh, wow.
So that one's still in service, along with, 75 still. That was SkyWest 3805 off to Indianapolis with that Embraer there.
260 departure, I've got SkyWest 3805.
We got another arrival here before the Endeavor and the bullpen, as I said earlier, gets ready for takeoff. So Delta 1486 will be landing from DCA with the 319. And then we got Endeavor ready to go at the end of the runway, but not on the runway yet, is Endeavor 4695 to Cincinnati. Another thing about Cincy, too, is that was one of Delta's big hubs back in the day.
Okay.
Obviously, they merged with Northwest. Close proximity, Atlanta, you know, and then Detroit. And then you also had Memphis to the southwest.
Oh, okay.
So Memphis was a legacy Northwest hub, and then Cincy was a legacy Delta hub. When they merged, both of those hubs kind of got liquidated a little bit. So Memphis for sure took the hardest hit. That one was more of a regional jet hub, per se, just because they had a lot of DC-9 and CRJ flights out of Memphis, especially with Pinnacle Airlines being based down there, now known as Endeavor, basically, and moved up here in Minneapolis. Cincy, however, is a base for Endeavor Air, so they still work on some CRJs out there, and Delta, even though it's not a Delta hub anymore, they still have some flight attendant crews based out of Cincinnati. And in my experience, they have that kind of Mid-South hospitality of, you know, pleasant, nice on board.
Oh, yes. And don't they have 767 flights to destinations in Europe?
Yeah, I believe
I swear I saw something, because I was checking out Cincinnati stuff yesterday, and I saw a Delta widebody.
Yeah, I believe they do.
One of the flights out of there. I'm like, what?
Yeah, seasonal flight to Paris, I believe.
Oh, okay.
Maybe Amsterdam, I can't remember, but one of the Air France KLM hubs. Same with Indianapolis too. I think they even did a route to one of those hubs too. And then if you go way back, I even think Delta used some of those 75s. They used to use some of them transatlantic. Now they're primarily, you know, held captive to, at most, probably Transcon, maybe, you know, Hawaii in the winter. But then, because they burn a lot of gas, and you have the 321neo now, they tend to get used for the shorter flights now.
All right, so we're going to get to celebrate Steve Lundeby's 13 amazing months of MSP Airport Live membership. He said, holy cow, 13 months already. I've enjoyed every minute of it. Well, hey, we're as stoked as you are, Steve. So great to have you on board.
Yeah, thanks for
It was a pleasure spotting with you when you were up here in person. Had a lot of fun hanging out, talking shop, airplanes, all that. Steve said the highlight was meeting you and RJ. Can't wait for the next time. Likewise on our end, too, yeah. We might have to go down to DFW and get you back.
That was nice
with you again down at DFW.
I like DFW. It's big, but, you know, everything's bigger in Texas, as they say.
Quick yard 3681, Minneapolis ground, runway 30 left, taxi via Charlie 5, Charlie Alpha.
5, Charlie Alpha, 30 left.
I'm just looking at the arrivals here. So we got an Embraer from Milwaukee, and then we have Aer Lingus on the north side coming in about the next couple minutes with the A321neo XLR. They are right now 8 hours, 13 minutes into their flight.
Daniel says, hello, love the stream. Well, hey, thanks for stopping by. Glad you like it. We'll try and keep things looking good around here. Oh, and we have a flight announcement arriving in 10 minutes from Louisville, Kentucky. Our 767 for UPS 5568 Heavy, rather, is making its way in.
Yeah, we just got to flip it on you on Friday.
Yep. Alan Lee, ATC. So great to see you today, my friend. Says good evening from a pub in the northeast of England. All right. Hope the food and the drinks are excellent today.
Mm-hmm. What's your standby?
So 2260, roger, hold position. Let me know.
Here's a question for y'all, too. Would you rather be on a wide body going to Europe, or would you want to be on narrow body like the 321 XLR?
Like the Aer Lingus flight to Dublin. So our live plane spotting friend and co-host John Joseph He used his standby status. I mean, he was a flight attendant for 40 years, so of course he's going to take that perk in his retirement years. I would, too.
I would hope so, yeah.
He loves travel. He absolutely loves travel, loves plane spotting with us. He always has some interesting travel tips and tricks and things like that to share. And John was talking about he flew out to Dublin on Delta 258 Heavy, and he actually, I think, flew out for St. Patty's Day.
Nice.
And because it was St. Patty's Day, you can bet that those Delta flights in and out of Dublin were full.
Yeah.
And Harrison, you actually have standby status as well. Knowing the family history with Northwest's.
Yeah, absolutely.
And Delta, sometimes you're able to get a spot, and sometimes you aren't. It's a luck of the draw, I should say. Roll the dice. So John was unable to get an available seat out of Dublin back to Minneapolis, but he's like, "Hey, I already planned for it. I'm going to check out Aer Lingus. I'm going to fly the A321XLR across the pond from Dublin to Minneapolis."
Yeah, why not?
He loved the flight. Food was great. The service was excellent.
And he's able to do the Z fare. That's what they call it when you can stand by with another airline. So he's able to, say if like Delta filled up, didn't have any seats, so you can try to list on another airline and pay a small fee for it too. I see Aer Lingus over the horizon there, so we're just getting ready to touch down here on the north side.
You got to be kidding me.
I know. We always
talk about time here.
Yeah.
That's
why I brought up that question, just because, narrow body is cool, but, a wide body, you get a lot of space to walk around. You can take a full lap around, the whole plane.
More bathrooms.
More bathrooms, too.
I think that's the major complaint that I've heard on longer haul international narrow body flights is the lack of available restrooms.
Yeah.
Here's Shamrock.
Yeah.
Aer Lingus is in the house from Dublin.
And I think, too, the 321 cruise is at, Mach 0.79 most of the time. I think those 330s can cruise at Mach 0.82, just a little bit faster than, the narrow body. So they might have a slight speed advantage, being on a bigger plane, bigger engines.
Yeah, typically, and you bring up a good point there. It's also a positive to fly in a wide body because, especially if you have an intense headwind, right, you can make that time better because the wide body, with having that larger engine, is just going to naturally have more power to fight it.
Yeah.
And you get a faster speed too. And the other reason why I would prefer to fly on a wide body, is that with handling the rougher air, the wide bodies are the jets you want to be on, especially when you're in rougher air. I mean, the tolerances are a little bit more. Just great.
Cool. Awesome. Yeah. And one thing, too, about Aer Lingus is because Dublin is a pre-clearance U.S. airport, they're actually able to clear customs over there.
Well, that's one of the great parts about the Aer Lingus experience from Dublin to Minneapolis is you get to clear all the customs at Dublin.
Yeah.
So you can get off your flight, you can get your bags, and you can get down to business.
Exactly. So they get to
it's so much more convenient in the opinion of many people that have had that experience. So Aer Lingus, they are headed into the alley.
Yes.
So they will head to their gate over, I think, at E3. Echo 3, I think, is their gate now. Because they used to be at the end of Concourse E by the American gates.
Yeah.
And I think that was because Aer Lingus, they used to be an alliance partner in oneworld with American, but Aer Lingus is not part of an alliance anymore, I don't think.
Right.
So that explains why they were using Americans' gates, but looked like Americans like, hey, get out of here.
They shoot them out oneworld or
Get your own gate, Aer Lingus.
Or British Airways or somebody over in Europe. It's like, get out of here. Yeah. But they get to skip the G gates and the customs, so that's definitely a speedier process because when you get a lot of these big Europe arrivals, I hear MSP can get pretty busy in terms of the lines just to get through customs start to get a little bit busier.
And it's actually better for Aer Lingus that they have their current gate that they do because it's a shorter walk from the concourse to baggage claim and to the main part of the terminal for folks that are disembarking that service from Dublin. So it's a little easier.
Absolutely.
Just making it a speedier exit
Yeah.
from MSP as compared to Delta's, so super convenient to fly Shamrock
Yeah.
to the Twin Cities from Dublin.
Yeah. So yours are showing a 220 that arrived from a classmate used to always pronounce it San Antonio to San Antonio. I don't know if we have any locals down in Texas. Yeah, I think we have a few. Do you say San Antonio or San Antone? Because I've heard it both ways. Depending on the locals. That one up there, that I was showing you actually came from Vancouver, close to where I live out west in Washington. So similar length flight, but again, you're flying one of the most comfortable narrow bodies.
Yes.
Halfway across the country.
Trevor says, hi, Harrison.
Hi, Trevor. Thanks for saying hi again the other day, too.
Jaden, thanks for the heads up. Says we're getting 2 UPS flights. UPS 5602 is late for the stream at 8300, in addition to 5568 from Louisville. So thanks for the heads up there, Jaden.
Hey, Alex, I can't tell at the hangar, close to Highway 5. Is that Sky Team tail at the very end?
Yep, it's a Sky Team tail.
Fantastic.
Yep, and we'll see it as this Embraer comes into land.
Yeah.
Pay attention to the background, everybody.
That's another disappearing Delta livery. It's the Sky Team. They've at least repainted the 767s to standard Delta.
Yep, see, there it is, Harrison.
Yeah. I thought that was a special tail in the wild there. This is, I believe, Envoy 3781 from O'Hare.
Envoy 3781, turn right at Charlie. Contact ground point 9.
Turn Charlie, ground point 9, Envoy 3781.
Chicago's another one of those busy routes out of here.
Envoy 3781, taking right on Charlie.
So Harrison, you're going to have to help me keep track of our 3-5 arrivals too, because we can swing around behind us and grab those.
Absolutely.
Which are not that common to see unless if things are busy enough.
There will be a pencil coming in behind Delta 1827 from Cancun, which happens, by the way, be the Spirit of Seattle.
Oh.
Sticker 737-900, which, funnily enough, I actually flew on to Seattle one time.
Oh.
That plane came in from Milwaukee, funnily enough, and that was the night the Packers played the Seahawks in Seattle a couple years ago. It was Geno Smith's last year's quarterback out
you
there.
know what? I forgot to ask. What did you think of the Seahawks Super Bowl victory against the New England Patriots this past February?
You know, even though we're both Packer fans here, it's good for them. You know, they only had one Super Bowl before. So I will give them the benefit of the doubt. I will glad it's just not the 49ers again, you know. Speaking of 49ers, is that Embraer heading to San Fran? No, it's heading to Newark. That's Brickyard 3681 Republic Airways to Newark. But what we're showing you right now is Delta 1827 from Cancun with Spirit of Seattle 737-900. And then we got Pencil from Fort Myers. I see UPS 5568. Again, that'll be our next wide body coming in from Louisville. Well, it looks like we're heading for a 30 left on that one. So it's going to get very busy here with the arrivals. So we'll do our best to keep track of it and try to show you the most interesting birds of them all. Once again, this is Cancun, 1827, the Spirit of Seattle 737-900. We'll have a Pencil right behind it, and then we'll have UPS on 30 left in the next few minutes, too.
All right, thanks for the update, Harrison.
You bet.
And we'll also see the Spirit of Seattle. They'll have to taxi all the way around the cargo terminals, and they will have to take Alpha all the way to Terminal 1, where they are destined to arrive.
Yeah, more than likely they'll probably head to G-Gay, I would imagine, but we'll see here. And the Pencil coming in right behind it happens to be the first Pencil I ever flew on, too.
Oh, wow.
582 NW. I think I took that to Los Angeles, too, funnily enough. Visit my Long Beach family.
Oh, nice.
So, yeah, the Spirit Seattle's heading to G6, so we'll see them taxi by in just a little bit. Alex is going to show you the Pencil come in.
So look at that. We've got 3-5 arrivals today.
3-5, 3-0 left, 3-0 right. Next up on the right, we've got Delta 2696 from Tampa, which will be ahead of UPS. And then my other alma mater, Grand Forks, SkyWest 3826. UND lost to the Badgers in hockey yesterday, so there's probably a lot of sad UND fans out there, and I'm with you. They were facing off in Las Vegas for the Frozen Four. Yeah, that was a big loss. UND was half asleep during that game, it felt like. Just did not get any offense going until the last minute, basically, and then finally had 6 players and got a goal, and then it wasn't enough. I do have a Badger co-worker in my office, so I'm going to give him an earful when I get back. don't you worry.
Minneapolis Tower landing traffic will hold short of your intersection at Whiskey 10, cross runway 30 left, and join Alpha. Cross 30 left at Whiskey 10, join.
So this is a perspective that we don't give you often, but the 3-5 arrivals are always a treat.
Yep. So Fort Myers right there. Delta 1053. And also rolling in at the same time is Delta 2696 from Tampa with the 321. So we got 2 planes, almost 3, landing simultaneously here at MSP.
Delta, if you have a contact ground point 9.
Right there, Delta point 9, we'll see it 5696.
I'll tell you what, everybody's in sync today.
Yeah, you tend to see them open 3-5 when it starts to get a little busier with the arrivals.
Well, and it doesn't help that the winds are not calm enough for the 17 heading of runway 1735 to be used to handle the majority of the departures.
Yeah.
So air traffic control has to open up the 3-5s, or the west runway with the 3-5 heading, I should say, for
and luckily,
the additional overflow arrival traffic.
Yeah, and luckily, as far as I know, they still have the waiver to operate 3-5 with the 3-0s in use too. So that's another plus.
I like
here.
it when they go to everything's on the 30s with some 3-5 arrivals sprinkled in. I like that.
Yeah, that's a great combo.
Excellent combo.
Yeah. Here comes the Spirit of Seattle taxiing by. Again, coming in from Cancun. UPS, I see, is on, that'll be the next plane coming in.
26, contact the parking via Papa.
All right, there's our Spirit of Seattle.
Yep.
Let's zoom in on that cheek stamp, that special decal at the front of the aircraft. It's on the other side as well. Delta applies it to both sides of the airframe. All right, let's go catch that UPS Heavy inbound.
Delta 2203, visual 30 left.
Delta 2203, Minneapolis Tower, wind 290.10, gust 18, runway 30 left, clear to land, hold short the Alpha 9 intersection for crossing traffic.
Alright, clear to land, 30 left, hold short Alpha 9, Delta 2203.
2203, traffic will hold in position prior to your arrival.
Now arriving, UPS 5568 from Louisville with the 767-300.
Last 148, Minneapolis ground, clear, runway 30 right. UPS 5568 heavy, turn left at runway 22 or Mike. Continue via 22 Tango, Mike Tango to the ramp monitor point 9. That's taxi 22 Tango to the ramp monitor.
They did not make Mike. They're on 422, I think.
United 2272 on departure, fly runway heading, runway 30 left, clear for takeoff.
Departure runway heading, 30 left, clear for takeoff, 2272. Ground up 1127 is Whitford 8, Charlie 2.
Delta 1127, Minneapolis ground. Taxi parking via Papa, cross runway 4.
Parking via Papa, cross runway 4, Delta 1127.
You know, you don't see too many UPS 76s without the winglets either. A lot of them have the winglets.
That is
in
an
my
excellent
experience.
point, too.
Yeah. We got United off to Denver. You hear buzzing.
2272, turn left heading 260, contact departure.
Left turn 260, departure, United 272.
Wow, Alex has you looking at UPS. We can pan you over to probably Delta 2129 from Miami coming in. 321. We also have a 320 coming in on 30 left from Detroit, Delta 2203.
Delta 2981.
Looks like we're set up for the Detroit one. Yep.
We'll hold short of your intersection at
Still got the arrivals coming in. And we'll have a pencil going for 30 left too. I do see a few more 35 arrivals as well. But definitely get the 320 as a lot of those are getting older too.
7, gust 1H, runway 30 left, clear to land, hold short of the Alpha 9 intersection.
20 left, clear to land, hold short Alpha 9 intersection.
Delta 1053, continue via Bravo, Mike, Papa, across runway 4, monitor ground point 9. Who's last one calling next? Delta 1053. The 3, turn right, runway 4, contact ground point 9.
Return 4.9, we'll see Delta 22.
Delta 1053, continue via Bravo, Mike, Papa, across runway 4. Delta 2981, continue via Bravo, Mike, Papa, across runway 4.
So that ship number 3255, that makes it one of the newer ones of the 320s. Happens to not be over, 30 years old.
There are, and you bring up an excellent point too. There are
Delta 1053, Minneapolis,
some A320s that are really getting up there in
Bravo,
age.
Yeah.
Mike, Papa, cross runway 4.
And some of them have been getting parked too, just because they've reached the end of their useful lives.
Delta 2981, Minneapolis, contact departing via Bravo, Mike, Papa, cross runway 4.
Bravo, Mike, Papa, cross 4.
Same goes with the pencils too. A lot of them are getting up there. Luckily, the 300s, a lot of these 300s, like the one you see there, are averaging about 24 years old. So Delta seems to like to keep their airplanes up until around, give or take, 30 years old, unless there's some big push to do like a fleet simplification. You saw that with, the 777s getting retired early and the MD-88s, MD-90s too.
Clear to cross with 10, join Alpha on the other side.
Medevac Air Carrier 1, Minneapolis Tower, altimeter 3032, remain outside the Class Bravo airspace and report north of the Bravo. Air Carrier 1, Rogers, we are arriving on runway 35 and both parallel, 30 left and 30 right. Push approved, runway 30 right. At the North Tower frequency.
Ground 23, switchback, please.
73, proceed west cargo via Delta Sierra. Correction, proceed via Delta Kilo 3, Kilo 3, hold short, runway 35.
Delta Kilo 3, hold short, 35, 433.
Metroliner also sneaking in behind us, Alex.
Delta 2129.
Yep, you're absolutely right. They're hauling too.
Yeah, they're moving quick.
Starlink runway.
Yeah. Yep.
9 Alpha, first golf.
Off to Thief River again for the year.
Minneapolis,
23.
Test departure via Alpha cross 4.
Alpha, clear to cross 4, Delta 2129.
Number 4913, Minneapolis, contact departing via Charlie Papa.
Charlie Papa, they're going to 148, we're ready for next.
Dallas 4118, Minneapolis, contact departing via Papa, Sig 8.
How about some fun with the Metroliner, everybody? We got another heavy inbound here, Harrison, or is this a 757?
That should be a pencil from Fort Lauderdale, I believe.
Okay.
Yes, Delta 1134.
All right.
Sky 4118, Minneapolis contact departing via Papa. Alaska 148, Minneapolis ground. Runway 30 right, taxi via Papa.
Taxi 30 right, Papa, Alaska 140.
Number 4913, give way to the Alaska off your right, can you join Papa? Protect 3, Minneapolis ground. Hold position, I'll get you moving in just a moment.
Hold the position, number 3 heavy.
Cross 30 left at Whiskey Tango and Alpha Delta 2867.
Approved runway 30 left. Push cleared runway 30 left, top of 23 tower. 23, monitor tower 123.67.
23.67,
Delta 1134, turn right at Charlie or runway 4. Contact ground on point 9 or traffic across downfield.
Alright, right turn at runway 4.9.
Bemidji 1323, Minneapolis Tower, the 75 exits at the runway at Mike, cross 30 left.
Tell it's getting busy. There's a lot of ATC
At Mike, cross
steps.
30 left. See Mike, 1323.
Delta 2877, you continue via Alpha, cross runway 4, monitor ground now on point 9.
Alpha cross 4, monitor point
That's something that we will always have, at least for a little while. A pretty plentiful supply. The 757-300.
12 o'clock, 3 miles off.
Yeah, luckily, you know, Delta's got 16 of them. I don't see any retirement for them coming up there, and
Charlie
very high demand for those
and Charlie 5.
high demand leisure routes where you get a lot of leisure, you know, tourists going places, so you tend to see them on those busy routes. So that's why you see a lot of them to Florida now, and then pretty soon we'll see them get used for Seattle and Los Angeles, maybe even San Fran at some point. As those destinations see a lot more traffic coming up here pretty soon.
Don Rumsey, so great to see you today. Says greetings all. Happy Friday.
West 3995 Minneapolis Tower, traffic short final. We'll hold short of your intersection at Whiskey 10, cross 30 left, join Bravo.
At Whiskey 10, cross 30 left, join Bravo. Go 3995.
4982, Minneapolis ground, head for parking via Papa.
And folks, UPS 5602 will be arriving within the next 5 minutes with the A300. Right now, it looks like it's going to be going for a 30 left for an arrival.
Cross at Alpha. Hold short to the Alpha 9 intersection, traffic cross downfield. Skywest 3995, continue via Bravo Mike Papa, cross runway 4, monitor ground point.
Here comes, oh, Delta 941 from Seattle. Been on that flight before.
United, one more arrival until I get you out.
Yeah, that United down there's been waiting for a while, just with a big surge of arrivals here.
Delta 941, turn right at Delta, contact ground point 9, went off.
Return Delta point 9, went off. Delta 941.
Alex, are you excited for your first 321 Neo flight?
I am. I can't wait. It's less than a month away, too.
I think you'll like the Neo. And the Pencil, too. Those are good choices.
Well, it just happened to be the cheapest option out of what we could have picked. I mean, that was the luck of the draw. I think we lucked out 2 times.
Got the most seats.
Yes.
Got the cheapest seats.
Especially since our friend John will be flying standby with us, too. So that's all important.
Yeah, Los Angeles is a good route. They even got, I think, a couple more than we do to Seattle. So should be in good shape.
Runway 4043, clear of 30 right about that, going to Charlie, Echo 14.
Heavy also pushed back, folks, I believe. That Heavy is just going to the hangar for now.
3 Heavy, ready to soak. Super 3 Heavy.
Hey, Sean, great to see you today. This is Alex. Nice to see you. Chiming in from Houston here. Really love my United 757. Yes. Houston's a really fun airport with all those United jets.
Yeah, and of course, Donnie flies a 757 too, our friend at DG Pilots. I was just here to pick up a pencil today too, in Northwest Bowling Shoe.
30 left, join Bravo the other side. United 658 Minneapolis Tower, traffic 6 mile final, runway 30 left, line up and wait, traffic left, thank you.
Line up, wait, 30 left, 658.
So we got Delta 2936 from Salt Lake with a 739 landing 30 left.
Last step 565, push approved, runway 30 right. Okay, push approved, 30 right.
After that, UPS will sneak in after this United departs.
UPS 5602 Heavy, Minneapolis Tower, traffic holds in position, wind 310 and 10, runway 30 left, clear to land, hold short the Alpha 9 intersection.
UPS 5602 Heavy, clear to land, 30 left, hold short, Alpha 9.
Delta 2936, contact ground point 9 and off. 4178, continue via Bravo Mike Papa, cross runway 4, monitor ground point 9. Delta 2936, Minneapolis, contact the parking via Delta Papa.
And I see our A300 off in the distance. So stay tuned, folks. We have UPS A300 on final, coming in the next couple minutes.
Yep, I see them too.
All
right. And they're coming in from Chicago, Rockford, correct?
That's correct.
1935 Minneapolis, contact gate.
I believe it's 5506. Sorry, 5602.
5602.
Oh, I'm sorry. This is actually coming from Louisville.
Oh, okay. Both are from Louisville. Okay.
Yeah, so we got two from Louisville.
Because I didn't think we got any UPS heavies from Chicago, Rockford on Friday. Well, hey, there you go. Worth bonus heavy cargo action.
And I think we were supposed to get a 300 departure at some point this evening as well.
Oh, we are? Okay.
Yes. So Chicago O'Hare. We got dueling departures. So yeah, I said Chicago. That's where that United's going. Alaska's off on the north side to Portland.
Delta 2647, tower you up.
So yeah, this 300 is supposed to, it has the same flight number going to Chicago too, 5602. So I'm guessing it's a little behind.
All right.
But at some point we should see this 300 depart for Chicago. Unless they maybe flip-flop planes here at Mini.
All right. We'll see if our arrival with the A300 from Louisville corrects.
That's correct.
Okay, we'll see if they go taxiway Mike after touchdown.
We'll see.
2600 Minneapolis Tower, traffic 4 mile final, runway 30 left, line up and wait, be ready to roll. We'll be ready, line up and wait, 30 left, Southwest 2600.
Tower, Delta 2647 on the visual, 30 left.
Delta 2647 Minneapolis Tower, traffic holds in position, wind 320 at 4, runway 30 left, clear to land. And caution wake turbulence, you're 4.5 in trail of an arrived Airbus 300.
Alright, copy, clear to land, 30 left.
UPS 5602 heavy, turn left at runway 22, taxi 22 Tango to the ramp.
No, Mike.
Ground point 9.
22 Tango to the ramp, UPS 5602 heavy.
They tower cleared them on 22, so.
The tower wants them getting off at the soonest available exit just because of the spacing.
Yeah.
So that there's a reason to this.
Absolutely.
Because they don't want anybody dawdling on the runway that they shouldn't be. If they have the option to take an exit at an intersection sooner, they need to have them do it, especially because it's going to take a little bit longer for the A300 to remain clear out of the path of 30 left arrivals and departures. So there they are, speeding away. We saw a little bit of that on Wednesday as well.
Yeah, they're clearing a southwest ahead of another arrival.
Yeah, and so our A300 taxiing to the gate. They needed to get off ASAP because there's a Southwest 737 that's just now taking off behind us. We're going to focus on the wide body.
Alex, it looks like they're in a hurry to park. Like I said, this 300 I think is supposed to go out to Chicago pretty quickly as soon as it comes in. So I bet you they're trying to make up some time if we do see it.
And then the 2-2 taxi was necessary because that departure that just took off in the background, there's an arrival that was closely spaced in from behind, so everybody needs to be hustling around here. Everyone needs to be moving.
Yep. We actually got dueling arrivals. North side is a SkyWest from Appleton, Wisconsin, 3861, and then south side Delta 2647 from San Diego. It appears the 3-5 arrivals have taken a breather for now. The last one I see that landed was Sun Country 9053 from Miami. That one is heading to the hangars, actually.
2647, turn right at Delta or Charlie. Contact ground point 9.
So it appears from here on out we're going to be riding with the 3 zeros.
3470, Minneapolis, ground test approved, 30 left. Push group 30 left, Southwest 3470.
Another Alaska taxiing to the north side. That's, I think that Max 9 we saw land. Yep. Alaska 555 to Seattle.
Yep, the triple nickel service to Seattle.
That's right.
That's what I'm calling that flight now. It's the Triple Nickel Express.
The state flag in Washington is just George Washington, and I forget what coin he's on. Is it the quarter or?
George Washington's on the quarter.
Yeah. Yep. Too bad it's not 25-25 because then it would be 2 quarters for the.
But who's on the half dollar?
I forget who's on the half dollar. Yeah.
Money quiz. I'll give you the answer.
Who's that?
John F. Kennedy.
Ah, the legend. Yep.
Taxi via Delta, hold short and 30 left. So 36-1, pop the park. Because you're 3035, I didn't read that you're in West Cargo. 30 right, taxi via Lima, cross runway 4, or cross runway 17 in November, here Mike Aldmore.
30 right, Lima, cross runway 7 in November, here on Mike, Sun Country 3035.
0 left, clear to land.
30 left, Delta 29.
Yeah, Scott emailed me back. We got my dad's car now has Republic plate coverage, so we're good there. Yeah, he's got dad's a late Christmas present.
I'm tempted. So we've got those license plate frames on our website. I'm really tempted to order one of the meatball logo.
That's what I got from my mom. The Northwest Orient.
They'll be. I won't be able, but will there still be planes taking off and landing?
Yeah.
Absolutely. Tomorrow's probably not going to be the best. I'm not going to be here on Sunday. I have to leave to go back to my hometown. Home state. Down in Illinois.
Illinois? All right, cool. Where are you from?
Frontier 4616, down the runway to Charlie. Turn left to Charlie, taxi Charlie, Charlie 2. Monitor ground on point 9.
Charlie 2, ground, Frontier 4616.
It's interesting.
Oh, I see a Frontier.
Super cool. Wow.
Oh, hey, dude. Sorry.
Yeah, no, I'm just taking the breeze.
So sorry.
A Frontier just came in.
Southwest 3470, we're ready to taxi on the pulse. So 3470 on the 30 left, taxi at Delta Whiskey. Delta Whiskey 30 left, Southwest 3470. So 3575 Minneapolis ground, taxi Charlie, short of Charlie 5, traffic's in the alley.
Yes, let's go. That is a
3035, I can offer you a 30 left if you like it.
Yeah, we can take 30 left.
So it's 3035, continue via Sierra Mike Whiskey.
30 left, Sierra Mike Whiskey, you can continue 3035.
I flew on one RJ85 2000.
And 522 and 30 left, taxi speed Charlie 5, Charlie Alpha. Traffic on Charlie's waiting for the alley, so no fact.
Okay, Charlie 5, Charlie Alpha 30 left, United 552.
So 2575, your choice, Charlie 5 or Charlie 6 inbound behind the outbound United. They'll be outbound Charlie 5 to Charlie. I'll get you 3035 and 30 left. Continue via Mike Whiskey, cross runway 4.
Mike Whiskey, cross 4, you can continue 3035.
I think it's
Line up and wait.
Is it wrong? Yeah. I think it's wrong. Yeah, I think so. It might be.
Your 2379 Minneapolis ground. Push on the Delta, don't block the alleyway. Your push is approved. 38 left, call me point 9 to taxi.
Oh, that's where the 76 is going.
The 2575 reference your inbound. That 13 is pushing.
Got a couple of announcements here. We have an 8330 Neo that's pushed back from the F gates, concourse F. Harrison, is this 298 to Rome?
Yeah, this is 298 to Rome. I also see a ferry flight. Alex is going to chat with Spot here, but I'll talk to you guys. So we have 298 that just pushed there. You see that 330 Neo. Next door, a couple gates at Orlando 76 that just landed. It's off to JFK as a ferry flight, Delta 9754.
Point 9 to taxi, we'll expect 30 left.
It's actually scheduled for 11:50 a.m. and as you can tell, ferries don't always stay on schedule. They can oftentimes be several hours late. Just all depends on where the airline needs the equipment in the heat of the moment. So it's not uncommon to see them, delayed heavily like you see here. But that's also a couple gates away in the F concourse too.
2750 Whiskey, Minneapolis ground, Charlie, Old Chart, May 30 left.
So we're in the summer heavy schedule. So we got the Rome flight again, alternating with Copenhagen. So you'll see a mix of those two with 330 for the summer. You'll see a dedicated Dublin flight. And then you got the 3 Deltas to Amsterdam, one to Paris, one to London. And at some point, Delta will resume the Keflavik Reykjavik flight. That should be starting around June.
2670 Minneapolis ground, 193 left, taxi via Lima, November, cross 017, Sierra Mike Whiskey.
Just chatting with some of our spotting friends that came to say hello today. Delta 298 Heavy pushing back from concourse F.
We got another prime right behind us, Alex on Mike. The action keeps going.
Yes, we do. And today continues to get more interesting.
And the Swissport too.
970. Right up Bravo behind the BizJet, behind the Heavy. Delta.
The 76 just pushed back too for JFK, so we should have back-to-back heavies for you to show here. That's Delta 9754, I believe, off to JFK for a ferry flight. So this should be an epically quick rotation.
With an interrupting prime air.
Yep.
There's our Delta A330 Neo headed to Rome, Italy. There's no place like Rome, and the people aboard know it too. Look at that, we got Prime Air as well. Just passing by into the frame. We'll tell you what, when we put busy in the title for today's broadcast, we're not fooling around with that. Wednesdays and Fridays are just hectic
70, roger, check your transponders.
here from MSP.
Squawk 2444, you're coming up as a different company. Yep, you got it. 2444, Southwest 347.
Karen Glenn, 6707. So great to have you on board today. This is 8:29 a.m. here. I'm watching from hospital after tripping over the vacuum cleaner cord and landing on my ribs. Oh, no. Oh, that has to hurt. Well, I hope you're recovering. I hope that you're managing the pain okay, because, yeah, if you hurt your ribs, that's painful. So, yeah, we wish you the best and get back on your feet, so to speak, and able to make a fast recovery. So, and, you know, don't beat yourself up over it. You know, it happens.
38678 on Whiskey Crossing Airport.
So into my teenage years, I did something stupid too, where I tripped and fell down the stairs and sprained my ankle pretty good. I was in a walking boot for a few weeks. Don Rumsey, that's an excellent question. So the NEO designation stands for New Engine Option. So think of it as the next generation of an airframe. So it received newer, bigger, more fuel-efficient engines, updated or upgraded avionics, an improved passenger experience. Oh, looks like we have a Sun Country 737 with a bit of an identity crisis on the front of the nose. We got a clown nose,
yeah,
Sun Country 737 that just taxied behind us and right by us on taxiway Mike.
And fittingly enough, it's heading to Vegas, so I don't know if Pinocchio 737, you know, fits well for the the Vegas flight.
Yeah, can you see it? It's got the blue nose.
Yep. Our two wide bodies, have they made their way down yet? Looks like, yeah.
Yep, 298. So we're going to swing to the right here a little bit. They are... So we holy cow, they're making some good progress. So 298 heavy to Rome. They are almost down towards the end to line up and wait for runway 30 left.
And then the JFK ferry is taxiing now. It also looks like they're moving pretty quick, too. Here comes a 320 to SFO for United.
All right.
It's 552 with a 320. Sweet. It looks like we're going to be more departure heavy for the next few minutes at least.
Captain 5 Minneapolis Tower, picking you up on the SD now.
Copy, thank you.
Hey, our friend Logan, our assistant producer, Logan Justice, Twin Cities Aviator, is in the live chat. He's checking in.
Hi, Logan.
And Logan just gave me the confirmation this morning that he is all cleared for the whole duration of our LAX trip.
Woohoo, let's go.
So he was able to secure the time off. Finally, there we go. We're going to have a lot of fun in Los Angeles, May 6th through the 8th.
No traffic on your final.
Is when we are going to be rocking and rolling from sunny SoCal. It's going to be great.
Yeah. Looks like Prime Air is taking the runway right now, so it looks like we'll go Prime Air followed by
I see him down there lining up.
Delta 298 and then Delta 9754. So stay tuned, folks. A couple heavies about to depart.
Then we got that clown nose,
yes.
737. And that's what we like to call an aircraft with a nose cone that has a mismatched paint job.
Or a wardrobe malfunction, too.
Yes. As tempting as it might be to want to boop the snoot, don't do it. The aircraft don't like it.
No.
Delta 298 Heavy, wind 320 and 10, fly runway heading, runway 30 left, clear for takeoff.
Clear for takeoff while primary is still rolling. Wow.
Tower, no traffic on final, runway 30 left, minus flight caution for services, departing Airbus. Sun Country 3035, turn right heading 360 and contact departure.
Right, 360, departure, Sun Country 3035.
All right, Airplane Chuck, so great to see you today. Says howdy all. Heads up, MSP to Rome has been extended through the winter 3 times weekly. Let's go. That's amazing news.
Delta 298 Heavy, turn right heading 340 and contact departure.
40 over departure, Delta 298 Heavy.
Well, you know, it's true what they say. There's no place like Rome, and Delta 298 is up and out of here.
Delta 9754, fly heading at 31, Christian, on departure, fly runway heading, runway 30 left, clear for takeoff.
Alright, fly the runway heading, runway 30 left, clear for takeoff, Delta 9754 heavy.
All right, everybody, back-to-back heavies. Here's our repositioning flight for our Delta 767 to New York's JFK.
Sun Country 8678, Minneapolis Tower, no traffic on final, runway 30 left, line up and wait, caution, wait turbulence for 767 departing.
Oh boy. Tilt the camera.
I'll tell you what, that's how you giddy up out of here.
Caution, wait turbulence for the departed 767.
Well, that was fun.
On departure, fly heading 280, runway 30 left, cleared for takeoff. Departure heading 280, 30 left, cleared for takeoff, Sun Country 6. American 2379, Minneapolis Tower, runway 30 left, line up and wait. 30 left, line up and wait. Booster 85455, on departure, fly runway heading, runway 30 right, clear for takeoff.
The 6 ground push approved, you said to the east face? So.
American 23 is 79, fly runway heading runway 30 left. Clear to take up. Runway heading runway 30 left, over the 93. Street 5455, turn right heading 360 and contact departure. Sun Country 8678, continue the left turn now heading 20 and contact departure. Left turn 260.
There's our 737 for Sun Country that had that so-called clown nose. You can see how the nose cone was mismatched with the rest of the fuselage. Kind of blended against the blue sky for a second, too. Those mismatched... Some of the mismatch of colors are interesting to spot on aircraft sometimes.
American 2379, turn left heading 260, contact departure. 260 departure, American 237.
Shamad 07 Tubes is MSP Airport Live. Rocks, streams make my day so much better. Well, hey, glad we could lift you up and we can provide some excitement. Always great that you enjoy the live shows here from Minneapolis, St. Paul. Great to have you on board today. Happy Friday, if I haven't said so. Are we ready for the weekend?
Alright, good. Evening, Southwest 2329, 3000, coming in, 30 left.
Southwest 2329, Minneapolis Tower, wind 330 at 9, runway 30 left. Clear to land.
Clear to land, 30 left, Southwest 2329.
I kind of want to learn a little bit more when you get a chance afterwards.
Correct, 6 Monitor Tower 126.7.
Quite a few folks out at the aircraft viewing area today.
Only a few days after I was
So quite a lively scene today. There's Harrison chatting with one of the many plane spotters that have made the trek out to enjoy a beautiful day today.
This is 799 meters, go ahead.
Oh, well, yeah, that who talks?
So 5536 minutes, 30 takes via possible.
All right, so we're waiting on a departure here.
Envoy 3781, Echo 15, ready for push.
Envoy 3781, Minneapolis meter, push approved, 30 left, point 9 to taxi.
Push 20 left.
Control aircraft approach radius uniform, altimeter 3032.
Still plenty of outstanding plane spotting action to come our way on MSP Airport Live. Looks like it'll be a little bit before our next departure, looks like. I think we got an arrival that's going to sneak in. But anyways, as I was saying, we're going to have a lot more heavy action tonight. We'll have a Delta 170 Heavy coming in from Seoul with the A350. And apparently we will also have a departure of the A300 we saw come in earlier.
I got a 4301
to Chicago O'Hare.
Which one was it?
So they're going to have a quick turnaround, I think. So I'm going to check our departures here.
For 30 right, call me on point 9 to taxi.
Just to confirm.
Are you ready? 5536 on departure fly runway heading runway 30 right, clear to take off.
Ground on a 30 left, taxi via whiskey.
Now I'm back again.
Hey, RJ.
So one of the people that I volunteer with over at the History Center stopped by. 1963 Studebaker.
Number 43 minutes ground, push approved, 30 right for departure. Call me on point
And
9 for taxi.
he just left. We were going to swing around to show the Studebaker.
Yeah, Jacob had to head out. He got a message from home. Dinner was kind of on the table.
I'm ready. Come and get it.
Fire at Charlie, cross runway 30 left, continue Charlie to the south base.
So you know that scenario, you know, if you're not there, you don't show up, you don't eat.
16, good monitor ground on point 9. Point 9, 36.
Did he say what was on the menu?
No, he did not.
Oh. Apparently, whatever was on the menu had compelled him enough.
Yes.
Like, all right, I'm out of here.
Yeah, I think he was just kind of out for a little bit of a drive, maybe to kind of check to see how things were running on that car. So
nice.
And he pulled up and came walking. I was like, hey, you look familiar. I just haven't seen him over here before. But I'm glad you got to meet him, albeit briefly.
He's fantastic.
Oh, yeah.
Endeavor 5536, turn left heading 260 and contact departure.
All right, somebody's getting the tow.
3781, ready for taxi, uniform.
Boy, 3781, runway 30 left, taxi via Delta Alpha, airborne time void, if not airborne by 08. Time now is 58.
30 left via Delta Alpha, understanding be off by 0, Cowboy 3781.
Look for every minute ground, your push is approved. Call me on point 9 or when ready. Just 4301 on a 30
So I do have a sit rep situation report on our UPS A300 departure to Chicago Rockford. It is heavily delayed. Should get out of here at about around 6:53 p.m. Central Time.
Hold short of an I-30 left, please.
At Delta, hold short of 30
Oh my
left,
gosh.
3781.
RJ, look up.
Monitor
Oh.
tower 126.7.
Check out this overflight.
Oh. Is it really? Oh, Skycard catch?
Your shuttle 4056 minutes ground, push approved, 30 left, call me point 9 to taxi.
Well, who do we have here? You could tell just based on the condensation trails, it's a quad jet.
Minneapolis Tower, runway 30 left, line up and wait traffic, 6 mile final traffic crosses downfield.
It's going to go smack right dab over top of us.
Convoy 3781,
come on,
Minneapolis Tower
camera.
at Delta, cross 30 left, traffic holds in position.
Cross 30 left on
There
Delta,
you go.
Convoy 3781.
3781 on the other side, you'll taxi via whiskey with me.
Taxi via whiskey with you on the other side.
So this is China Airlines cargo. It departed Anchorage about 4 hours and 8 minutes ago. It is en route to Chicago O'Hare. It has 43 minutes approximately left of flying time before it touches down.
Minneapolis Tower, traffic holds in position, wind 320 at 11, runway 30 left, clear to land.
Clear to land 30 left at 3 takeoff.
So this particular flight is up at flight level 350 or 35,000 feet.
Falcon 50, whiskey, wind 330
It's a 747 400 freighter.
30 left, clear to take off. Gulfstream 83 Tango, you do have heavy traffic 3.5 behind you. If you could best forward until 2 mile, please.
Okay, we'll pick up speed at 3 takeoff.
I'm not having much luck catching this one today.
That's all right. Delta 170 Heavy on the flip side is on final approach for runway 30 left.
Delta 170 Heavy is Norco inbound, visual 30 left.
Delta 170 Heavy, Minneapolis Tower, wind 330 at 10, runway 30
I'll
left.
have to try that one again another day.
For land, full to final approach speed, Delta 170 Heavy.
170 Heavy, you're 3.5 miles Gulfstream, 40 knot over. Hey, first,
How amazing is that? We gotta switch gears here and be ready to catch Delta 170 Heavy. My, that Air China cargo flight, that overflight was so cool. What do we think, everybody? How cool was that? Well, you can see Delta 170 Heavy just below our MSP Airport live. On-screen logo bug.
Flighting 340, runway 30 right, cleared for takeoff.
That's a good 2-for-1 shot right there, RJ. The BizJet arriving in just ahead of our A350.
I keep messing up my sky cards today. I should have kept the one of the ones that I captured. I was trying to do better with less clouds.
4056, Echo 8,
Because then you get a better score.
I don't really care as much as long as I catch it, you know?
Well, I had it, but I wanted to do better.
Oh, I think this is one of the target corporate jets.
Turn left at Whiskey 5, straight to signature with me. Heavy traffic, 2 behind.
And Tower Gulfstream, 449 Mike Tango on the visual for 30 left.
Gulfstream 449 Mike Tango, Minneapolis Tower, wind 330 at 8, runway 30 left, clear to land, caution weight turbine, 6.5 and trail, with a heavy Airbus 350.
Hey, clear to land, 30 left.
So our managing producer, Michael Larson, will have to confirm whether or not this is one of the target's corporate jets.
All right. I got it after all. I'll just take what I can get.
Gulfstream 9 Mike Tango, traffic.
All right, now arriving from Seoul, South Korea, Delta 170 Heavy.
4233, wind 2, Christian 320 at 9er, flapping 340, runway 30 right, clear for takeoff. Envoy 3781, Minneapolis Tower, traffic 6 mile final, runway 30 left, line up.
30 left, line up and away, Envoy 3781.
Fifty-two 31 Minneapolis meter in right 30 right, taxi via pop-up behind the Embraer.
Delta 170 Heavy, turn right when able, taxi via Alpha, cross runway 4, monitor ground, 0.9.
Right when able, Alpha across 4, monitor 0.9, Delta 170 Heavy.
Skywest 4233, fly heading 360 now, and contact departure.
0 left, takeoff, runway heading Envoy 37.
Envoy 3781, negative, hold position.
And hey, Moose, I see your post in the chat. The Artemis 2 is making their way back to Earth today as well. They're gonna be splashing down off the California coast out in the Pacific from San Diego. The point he mentioned this was an hour and 12 minutes for the beginning of re-entry. Who wants to go to the moon?
I think I'm all right.
Yeah, I think I am too.
Yeah, it's good. We should get you a bigger tripod. Yeah. I think that's the next thing we'll probably need to get after that. Yeah, get a bigger one.
But Alex, you know, back in the days when I was down in the Tampa area and the shuttles were being launched from the Space Center and then they were coming back and landing there were some times if they came across the west coast of Florida on their return, we'd get the sonic booms. So we'd hear them.
Envoy 4043, Minneapolis Tower, runway 30 right. Envoy 3781, turn left heading 260, contact departure.
260 to departure, Envoy 3781.
Envoy 4043 on departure, fly heading 360, runway 3 right, clear for takeoff. Endeavor 5331, Minneapolis Tower, runway 30 right, full length, we'll line up and wait.
Yeah. I mean, it's not like that everywhere outside of Salt Lake area. Yeah, I mean, the fact that I don't have to wait for a train there for 5 minutes. Yeah, it's kind of.
Endeavor 5051, visual 301.
Endeavor 5051, Minneapolis Tower, wind 2806, runway 30 left, clear to land, traffic may hold in position.
30 left, clear to land, Endeavor 5051.
Gulfstream 9, Mike Tango, turn left when able, taxi Whiskey's signature, monitor ground on point 9.
Yeah, we have another spectacular Gulfstream coming in.
4043, heading 360, contact departure.
Aha. I know who owns this. This is the Medtronic Corporation.
Right, let's take off.
So the registration suffix Mike Tango is denoting Medtronic. They have this really nice two-tone blue livery on their Gulfstream, and they have a hangar space here at MSP. So we love to see it when the Medtronic Corporation brings out their beautiful Gulfstream. Manny Urich, yes, I agree. It's always fun to see what's flying overhead. My goodness, that China, or Air China Cargo, I mean, 747 that was headed from Anchorage to Chicago O'Hare. Boy, that was quite the vista.
Air Shuttle 4056, Minneapolis Tower, fly runway heading runway 30 left, with takeoff, traffic.
I just wish we got service from them.
Yeah, they couldn't just pop in, huh? Only if there's weather issues. Maybe
Yes.
they're going to O'Hare.
Oh, there's going to be plenty of that. And on Tuesday and Wednesday next week, we'll be on diversion watch for Chicago O'Hare. The Storm Prediction Center has just come out, and we'll know more when the dates get closer, but the Storm Prediction Center is picking up a scent that more inclement weather that will impact the greater Chicago area and just the state of Illinois in that region of the Midwest will unfold next week.
So, with all of this weather in mind, what is the estimated streaming schedule for next week, in case it hasn't already been shared?
Monday and Wednesday at this point tentatively are a lock.
You can have 30 right if you'd like it.
Left heading 260 on departure.
Left heading 260 on contact departure, shuttle 40.
So I think it just depends on what's going on around O'Hare, but as far as our broadcasts are concerned, that's what the stream outlook is
I'll let them know, thanks.
shaping up to be
For
next week. So Monday and Wednesday. You know, we're trying to get out and do what we're calling MSP Mondays. Mondays at MSP.
Because I know there has been some possible
Yes.
weather issues for our area, but I don't know directly here in the Twin Cities or areas to the south or north.
We'll just kind of have to wait and see.
Yeah, it's time for me to go. Yeah, I brought my camera. Oh, no worries. Yeah. Yeah, I was just like, I wasn't sure if I was going to take pictures, but then there's a younger guy who wants to step out. I was like, yeah, you can have it. I like to get back when I can, so. Yeah, I remember kind of stuff, but yeah, it was definitely tough. Yeah, to use
2607 Minneapolis Metering, push back approved, runway 30 right, status uniform.
hope that they don't break, you know. But
I have a 6-foot ladder at home, but it's
51, turn right taxi Delta pop-up monitor ground point under.
Delta, pop-up monitor ground point under there, 5051.
Yeah, this
it's
folds.
in Washington.
Yeah, this folds.
Yeah.
Because there's just a button that you push in and you pull it up.
That's awesome.
Well, because when we're doing what we do there, they don't provide us anything.
Yeah.
So we want to have something to sit on, you know, kind of in between rushes and people coming in. So for last year, I bought this at Target.
That's a good idea, yeah.
1553 Minneapolis Metering, push back approved, runway 30 left, status uniform.
Where I park my car all the time, just in case I need it for something else in between.
Yeah. That Jacob guy is super nice too. I'll have to come back and visit.
He pretty much does. He does
42 Minneapolis Metering, hello, push back approved, 30 left.
So, you know, if you're looking for anything and you want to pop in over there, that's usually when he's there.
Yeah.
Not always, but I think
I definitely have to get some of my buddies who fly into that museum. It's always tough because, like, back in the day, it was always closed every time we wanted to go in.
Yeah, and of course it will depend on, you know, our schedule. Like say, I didn't do a shift this week, and
Yeah.
I don't think, unless they stayed.
3799 Minneapolis Metering, hello, pushbacks approved, runway 30 left. 0.9 to taxi now, please.
Oh, for sure.
Nobody came in and took over.
Oh, 2 to 5. Yeah, it's like
Yeah.
sometimes I'll see a
And
open,
I
but just
didn't
part of
because
the
I just
day.
wanted to stay home and watch the golf yesterday.
Watch the golf, yeah.
Yep. You know, Masters only happens once a year.
Yeah, exactly, yeah. No, definitely, yeah. Or hopefully, you know, you can record it too if you miss any. Is that your ladder? Yeah, it is, yeah. Oh, wow. Nice stuff ladder, yeah. Here, I'll come back, but before I go. Yeah, that's just shaky.
Direct flight 3, Minneapolis Tower, 6 o'clock per hour, airspace as requested, altimeter is 3032, and I'm going to have to bring you straight north on the west side of the Bravo and then cut in, or I can bring you over the top of the airport at 3000.
Let's go northbound and then cut in.
Listen 3, roger. Once you're at the border, proceed north along the west side of the Bravo, and I'll call your direct stab.
Ready? Call my stab in and cleared in the Bravo for flight 6. Mom, I got traffic up opposite directions.
I think I thought it was
464 left, taxi via Quebec Charlie Alpha. Skies 4056, gateway to 1 CRJ left right on Papa, then runway 30 left, taxi via Papa Charlie Alpha. Article 1537, 1.5 miles, narco visual 30 left.
5037 minutes, star wind, estimated 3107, runway 30 left, better line.
Clear land 30 left up 1537. That's 4064, you can text your own, that's 717.
126 Minneapolis metering, your pushback is approved, runway 30 left.
Delta 2607 to beam, Fox 5 is attached to uniform.
I 2 calling at once. I think there was a Delta, was it 2607?
Delta 2607.
2607, thanks, runway 30 right, taxi via Delta, hold short of Quebec.
Delta hold short of Quebec, expecting 30 right, Delta 2607.
Who else was it?
See direct Abbott, thanks for that.
Direct over to Abbott, and nope, thanks for your help, appreciate it.
That's those new rules we have to go by.
I mean, KSTP told me
Go 3799, runway 30 left, taxi via Quebec, Charlie Alpha.
Quebec, Charlie Alpha, 30 left,
That was 4056, join taxiway Quebec, that's 717's moving, so Quebec, Charlie Alpha behind that.
looks like a...
Sky was 4064, the 717 will follow you.
717 will follow us, and Sky is 4064.
So the 1553, you'll see us behind that Embraer.
Ground Delta 942, taxi uniform.
Delta 943, run 30 left, taxi via Alpha.
30 left via Alpha, Delta 942.
Foxtrot 7, I missed your call sign, but your pushback approval, what are your numbers? 2087, thanks, push approved, 30 right for departure. .2607 behind the the first RJ from the right, taxi via Delta Papa, you can cut the corner.
Delta Papa, we cut the corner, and behind the first CRJ on our right, Delta 2607.
That was 3799, gave way to a 73 left right at Delta. That was 4299, Minneapolis strong uniform, runway 30 right, taxi via Papa.
probably just get close in case, I'm sure.
Delta 1878, approach Narco, parking G9er.
1878, minutes car, wind 330 at 8, runway 30 left, clear to land.
Cleared to land, 30 left, Delta 1878.
.1537, I know it's a little early, roll down the runway 4, right turn there, ground point 9.
Runway 4, right turn, ground point 9, Delta 1537.
Do you have like console help or anything for what to do? Okay, good.
Ground over 1026 is ready to taxi.
1026, acquire actually runway 30 left, taxi via Alpha.
30 left, taxi Alpha, Delta 1026.
That's 464, give way to the 73 up at G2.
Give way to the 73 on G2, Sky's 4064.
1537, taxi runway 4 and Bravo, hold short of Charlie, where are you parking?
Taxi parking via Bravo, we're going to Foxtrot 4, Delta 1537.
1537, roger, behind the first CRJ off your right side, taxi via Bravo.
Alright, behind the first CRJ on the right, taxi via Bravo, Delta 1537.
Okay, with 3799, behind the Airbus right to left at Bravo.
Behind the Airbus, Skyler 3799.
I think
Or 30 right, line up and wait.
and then like there's a bunch of other mods too. Yeah. Probably Jeremy. I think Jeremy's more on the conservative side. And I don't know about a few of the other mods, but I don't know what it is. Yeah, he's with the kid down there.
So 4988 turn, left on
Charlie or 22, taxi via pop-up, monitor ground, 29er.
Tower Delta 8784, 1.5 miles from Marco, 170 knots.
So 3299, fly ID 300, runway 30 right, clear for takeoff. Delta 942, turn further left, heading 260, contact departure.
Turn 260, switch to departure, Delta 942, good day.
So 4299, connect departure. Please 784, traffic will not hold in position.
Somebody 74, thank you.
Again? So 1878, where are you parking?
On the Golf 9 Delta 1878.
1878, taxi Alpha, monitor ground point 9, have a good one.
Return Alpha, monitor point 9, good night, Delta 1878.
2607 and Readable on the call, do you need a couple minutes?
Well, sorry everybody. I had to do the whole Minnesota goodbye thing with our spotting friend Harrison. He's headed out. So appreciate everybody tuning in here today from Minneapolis, St. Paul International. We have a little bit of a break in the action as well. Renato Caprez, so great to see you today. So who's having fun today on this Friday for plane spotting? I'll tell you what. So we're going to get to some more departures. And if you're just joining us, welcome to the aircraft viewing area. I'm Alex, I'm executive producer of MSP Airport Live. So great to have you on board today. It's a gorgeous day outside, and we've had nonstop action to share with you. By the way, we'll be live on Monday as well, Monday afternoon, and also Wednesday next week. We're going to have some pretty warm weather coming up as well.
7130 right, next to be a Delta Pop.
Delta 1026, no tower, 30 left, we'll line up and wait.
5.30 left, Delta 1026. Hey, ground Delta 1878. Hey, is it 330 at G9? We're calling out, so are we okay sitting here for a sec though? Yeah, that's not a problem. Let me know what they say. Yeah, let me know if we need to move. Roger.
Clear for takeoff.
I think 280, there's a left clear for takeoff. Delta
Tower 46, 4 minutes, tower 30 left, line up and wait, traffic join at 10 mile final.
Delta 1026 to Atlanta, Hartsfield Jackson is next up for departure here, so things getting busy again.
You're good day. Ground Delta 1878, they're pushing the airplane off of the gate. They're going to take it to a hangar or something, I guess. Copy that, Delta 1878.
So we've got about 4 aircraft that are queuing for departure off MSP South Parallel runway behind our Atlanta flight.
I'm hearing for the runway right for us. Just let me know when you're ready to push. We'll work it out then. That was 4064. Turn left heading 280, runway 30 left, for takeoff. Delta 2078, I might have missed it. Wind, estimated 307, traffic in position, runway 30 left, left. 30 left, clear to land, Delta 2078. Delta 1026, turn left heading 260, contact departure. 260 departure, Delta 1026. So 1553, turn left heading 280, runway 30 left, for takeoff. 280, 380 left, takeoff, Delta 1553. 46, minutes, tower 30 left, line 20, traffic 4 out, you can be there long. Yep, we got him at access 464. 464, turn left 8260, maintain visual separation from that traffic, contact departure. Left 260,
I just saw Gerald, Alex.
I think I did too.
Yeah, looks like he's been well fed.
9200 minutes, star, wind 3107, runway 30 left, center land, traffic all over.
Gerald has also taken a peek and then dipped right back into his den because I think he saw Olaf.
Yep.
3893, ground point 8. Star wind, estimated 3107, runway 30 right, clear to land.
Alright, and just behind them, SkyWest will be getting airborne with a CRJ.
So 5053, turn left 8260, remain this frequency. 260, that's 5053. Good evening. That was 4056, turn left heading 280, connect.
All right, what do you know, RJ?
258 is pushed.
All right, another heavy departure. It'll be making its way out soon to Dublin, Ireland. Let's go ahead and focus in on Delta 258 Heavy pushing back.
Back less than 3, clear of last Bravo airspace to the north as requested, altimeter 3031. Ground, EPS 5602 Heavy, push back with the uniform.
Also, we just heard
602 Heavy, Minneapolis down, push approved, runway 30 left. Approved, 30 left, EPS 5602, thanks.
5602 headed to Chicago O'Hare with the A300. It's going to be departing runway 30 left. This is an uber rare catch for us on the stream anyway. It's been a hot minute since I've seen an A300 departure here in broad daylight at MSP. So I'm kind of excited, let alone a UPS A300 departure, because they're more nocturnal, if anything. Just like all the other cargo flights that depart out of here when the sun goes down. The cargo jets come alive.
Yeah, thanks, Flight 3. Hey, Tower, Delta 1308, visual 30 left. 30 minutes, tower, wind, estimated 3107, runway 30 left, cleared to land. Clear to land, 30 left, Delta 1308. Push through from Gulf 15, Delta 23, 10 left sider.
November 802, November Whiskey is going to be the equipment that will take command of Delta 258 Heavy tonight at X Northwest A330-300. One of the first delivered to Northwest in the early 2000s. All right, here's our next arrival. Sun Country is coming in from Denver, Colorado. So this is Sun Country flight 9200. I wonder if this is a maintenance flight.
Would we get a clue with that in mind where they go? Whether they go to a gate or they go over to their maintenance?
Oh, they're taking their sweet time on the exit. I think they might be aiming for a taxiway, Mike, or runway 22 taxi as they exit off the runway here.
Remember, Lima, cross 617, monitoring route 29200.
Yeah, they're rolling long because they want to make that turn on taxiway, Mike, and that's exactly what we will get. So that taxiway is going to take them straight across to the west side of the field, so they're going to go straight to the hangar. Or straight to the gate, who knows?
30 minutes charge, at forward position, 107, runway 30 right, 39.
We also got Iceland Air 2 in the fold. Tonight's plane spotting from Minneapolis, St. Paul.
Around the corner, 5300, runway 30 right, clear takeoff, traffic 2.5 mile final. Without one, all fine.
Depends on what they want to push them, what we can do that, as long as we push them tail west or northwest.
Okay, 1878 Rogers, and we'll have them push tail west. If you just move up.
Google pull up a little bit here, Delta 78.
Well, I don't think they're going to a gate.
Nope.
Delta 2610, runway 30 right, taxi via Delta Papa, monitor ground point 8.
Delta Papa, plane, Delta 2610. And EPS 5602, ready for taxi with you.
EPS 5602, Minneapolis ground. Runway 30 left, taxi via Tango Mike, taxi via Tango Mike Whiskey, cross runway 4.
Tango Mike Whiskey, cross runway 4, EPS 5602.
Oh, nice. We're going to get a Mike taxi with our A300. So they're going to come up from behind us. So they'll take Tango. So after they push back from the cargo pad, they're going to take Tango, Mike, Whiskey, cross runway 422, en route to runway 30 left.
Hey, ground over 1308, clearing 30 left to Charlie for Foxtrot 7. Delta 1308, Minneapolis ground, taxi parking via Alpha Christian Bravo Delta. Bravo Delta depart, Delta 1308, have a great day.
Here they come, Alex.
Yep, I see them.
Frontier 3223, Minneapolis ground, approved, runway 30 left.
Push through 3223 for 30 left.
Super Tug 4 Heavy, Minneapolis ground, approved.
Push up through Super 4 Heavy.
Delta 2122, Minneapolis ground, approved, runway 30 left.
Through 3 left, that's
wind 307, runway 30 left, clear to land.
Southwest 2329, Minneapolis ground, approved, runway 30 left.
30 left, push approved. We got uniform Southwest 9329.
Yeah, sorry, 30 left, line for late, 5 mile final.
0 left, line of away, Delta 258 heavy.
Delta 2437, hold short of Alpha.
Delta 258 Heavy instructed to line up and wait
Delta
for runway 30 left
2437,
departure
hold
to
short of
Dublin with the A330.
Charlie, Delta 2437. Ground Delta 1608 on Delta, parking Charlie 6.
Delta 1608, Minneapolis, contact for parking via Delta Papa, monitor ground point 8.
Delta Papa on ground point 8, Delta 1608.
Delta 2937, hold short of Bravo. Delta 2931, hold short of Bravo.
Hold short Bravo, Delta 2931.
Super 4 Heavy, 84 South.
Doug 4 Heavy, proceed via Alpha.
Proceed via Alpha, Super 4 Heavy. This Delta 1878, no taxi is engaged.
Delta 1878, Roger.
Ground Frontier Flight 3223, taxi uniform.
Frontier Flight 3223, runway 30 left, taxi via. Can you make Charlie 2 there?
Okay, firm for 3223.
Frontier Flight 3223, taxi runway 30 left.
Delta 258 Heavy. Good night, sir, and thanks. Bye-bye.
Never 5022, we are 5 mile final, 30 left. 22 minutes star, wind 23
That was fun.
runway 30 left, clear
It
to
always
land.
is.
Clear to land, 30 left.
It's a Pratt & Whitney for you.
Looks like we have a time not for a while for you, so stand by.
Okay, hold here, Southwest Transfer, China.
Clear land, Delta 2982.
UPS 5602 is about ready to go.
Runway 4, hold short of Whiskey.
Tango, runway 4, hold short, Whiskey, Southwest 2329.
Southwest 2329, wheels up time between 0021 and 0024, currently 2337.
0021, Southwest 2329.
Delta 2931, runway 30 left, you taxiing via Charlie Alpha, give way to the exiting aircraft.
30 left, Charlie Alpha, give way to exiting aircraft, Delta 2931.
Hey, that's a familiar face I've seen before.
Excuse me, Delta.
So
Skyline
that
3927, Minneapolis ground, taxi parking.
Sonny the
via
caller.
Delta Papa.
Lizard?
Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
I just want to make sure I'm not tripping.
Nope, you weren't. Headed to Dallas. And I've been checking out the live stream coverage that's going on for the return of Artemis 2. It looks like they've been working on their procedures for getting ready for their re-entry. If they haven't already started that procedure.
Hope they're able to make it back down safe and that the mission is a resounding success.
Yep.
Turn left on Alpha 3.
And I know while they're doing the re-entry, they do actually lose radio contact with them.
011.
And then they'll
Alright, Alpha 3, Bravo.
be able to
short of
resume
Alpha
that
1,
once
Delta
they've
2931.
made their way through and have completed
Heavy
that.
Airbus, caution wing turbulence, runway 30 left, clear to land.
30 left, clear to land, and we'll slow down a lot, Delta 1101.
Silver 5022, taxi towards the gate, at ground point 9er.
Right.
Star 3, runway 30 right from Echo City, Shamrock, 980.
All right, Shamrock is ready to rock and roll out of here.
Endeavor 5022, Minneapolis ground. Taxi to parking via Bravo Delta Papa.
Bravo Delta Papa.
Southwest with the 737-700. Holding short of the south parallel 30 left. It's headed to Denver.
30 left, Alpha Delta 23.
Yeah, we've got an inbound arrival, Delta 2982 coming in from Boise.
30 left. Taxi via Alpha, follow the company just off your right.
Follow the company, Alpha 30 left, Delta 23. Delta 2954, taxi with uniform.
Delta 2931.
And IC is coming in on short final on the north side. Alex.
Line up away,
So
4.5 out.
we will see them shortly as they taxi by in front of us over to Terminal 2. Once they're in.
I'm curious to see what taxiway they get assigned. I'm kind of hoping for Mike.
Oh, we have the light blue trim
Delta 2954,
livery on the
runway
tail
30 right, taxi via Bravo Delta Papa.
with the aircraft that's
30 right,
operating
Bravo
the
Delta
flight
Papa,
today.
Delta 2954.
Endeavor 5022, mounted to ground, point 8.
Oh. Our EPSA 300 is lining up.
Ground point 9, Delta 2982.
Just 5602 heavy, turn left heading 280, runway 30 left, cleared for takeoff.
30 left, clear for takeoff, EPS 5602 heavy.
All right, here we go. Let's step back, watch and listen. 2 PS departing with the A300 for Chicago O'Hare.
Which group are you up? Ground is 2982, Delta parking, Delta 2.
Delta 2982, we have contact parking via Delta Papa, mounted ground, point 8.
Delta Papa, mounted ground, Delta, or point 8, Delta 2982.
Delta 2954, give the traffic straight ahead, mounted ground, point 8.
Water point 8, Delta 2954.
Delta 2437, after cross the direct taxi. Give Bravo. November 449er Mike Tango, Minneapolis ground, has to be runway 30 right, taxi via Whiskey 5, hold short, runway 30 left.
Whiskey 5, hold short, 30 left, main chance for 30 left, clear for departure from Mike Tango.
And November 9 Mike Tango, negative.
Whiskey 5, hold short, 30 left.
Sorry on the pan, I bumped into the
Mike Tango, monitor tower, 126.7.
static cam by accident.
Delta 2107, Minneapolis ground, push approved, runway 30 left.
But what a
Delta
climb.
2278, Minneapolis ground, push approved, runway
Well, because they
30
were
left.
airborne sooner, of course, and when they made
They
the
were
left
light.
turn. Yeah, of course, they were obviously going out of here empty. Or if they had much on board, it was minimal.
I'm talking 9 Mike Tango, you folks.
Short of runway 30 left.
Whiskey Delta, hold short, 30
Hunter VR, so great to see you today. Hunter says, have you ever seen a plane land on runway 4? The answer to that is yes.
Number 1101 clearing on Alpha, Gulf 22.
Yes, we're going to get a taxi on Mike for Iceland Air. How fun.
Delta 1101, Minneapolis ground, to gate.
Gulf 22.
Delta 1101, taxi parking the Alpha.
Yeah, Alpha to Gulf 22, Delta 1101. 1101, hold short at Alpha 7. We got traffic pushed up, blocking the Alpha taxiway off field.
Departure 3223 Minneapolis Tower, runway 30 left, line up and wait, traffic across.
Wally Borum, I would agree. Can't beat golden hour. This is great shots. Thank you. The viewing area is in the perfect spot, especially for the afternoon and evening when the action is at its most intense and its highest variety.
At 1140, turn right at Delta. Just taxi away from the runway. That Gulfstream's going to cross behind you. So away from the runway, kind of ground point 9.
I'm on Delta, and then
Extra 657 AFR, Mike.
So 100 VR,
holding position, taxi to Mike and Tango.
the answer to your question is when I saw it landing on runway 4, I have to look back to last spring.
Number 449, Mike Tango.
It's in the form of a Delta A350. I think it was 170 heavy from Seoul.
Oh, I think I remember when we caught that, because all of a sudden I looked over in that direction and I got your attention.
Yes, because, oh, you know what? I think that the KLM 777-300 was sent to us that day, but the A350 on 4 was the showstopper. I remember this.
Extra 657 on Tango, cross runway 22, monitor ground point 9.
On Tango, cross at 22, monitor ground point 9, I said 657. Delta 20,
Gulfstream 9 Mike Tango, taxi runway 30 right, taxi via Bravo, Charlie Papa.
Bravo, Charlie Papa, 30 right, 9.
Delta 1140, monitor ground, point 8.
Delta 2278, taxi.
Gulfstream 9 Mike Tango, monitor ground, point 8.
Point 8, 9.
Delta ready taxi taken.
Delta 2278, ready to taxi.
Delta 2278, runway 30 right, taxi via Bravo, Charlie, correct. Bravo, Delta Papa.
Bravo, Delta Papa, 30 right, Delta 2278. Delta 2145, Alpha, ready for taxi.
Delta 2145, runway 30 left, taxi via Alpha.
30 left to Alpha, Delta 2145. Heading 30 left, taking off, Delta 2146.
Delta 2385 Minneapolis Tower, 30 left, line up away, chest about 4.5 out, Boeing 737, wind is 28007.
Runway 30 left.
Tower, Jetlag 10, with you, visual 30 left.
Chuck 10 Minneapolis Tower, traffic will hold in position, wind is 2807, runway 30 left, cleared to land.
30 left, clear away, Jetlag 10.
Frontier 3223, turn left now, heading 260, contact departure.
260 now, and departure, Frontier Flight 3223, good.
All right, I think that's enough of that.
Delta 2385, turn right, heading 320, runway 30 left, for takeoff.
Delta 2107, runway 30 left, taxi via Delta Alpha.
30 left, via Delta Alpha, Delta 2107.
You know what flight that was?
I'm going to go on a limb and say...
Delta 1101, continue taxi.
2122 to Los Angeles.
Yep.
Yes.
60, contact departure.
You're Neo.
260 departure, Delta 2122.
Please, currently after your left, on Delta.
Alright, join Alpha behind.
So 2385, turn right, heading 360 now, contact departure.
360 heading and departure, 2385.
Discuss 4024 Minneapolis Tower, 30 left, line up away, traffic 4 mile final, Embraer, the wind is 2606.
So AJ Ryder asks us, are the Iceland Air flights seasonal or year-round? That's a good question. So for those who don't know about Iceland Air, Iceland Air used to be, once upon a time, seasonal for the longest duration. So they would start early in the year. I think they only took a few months off. Basically, they would take a hiatus through the deep winter. They would start up, I think, in February or March. They would fly through the spring, summer, and then fall, and then I think around November or December they would stop flying. But Iceland Air had a change of mind, and Iceland Air decided, well, we're actually going to fly year-round. We're just going to decrease the frequency of flights from daily to a few times a week. So Iceland Air, they occupy a slot over at Terminal 2 today. That would be Gate Hotel 6. Shrine Time says I'll be there in 17 minutes on a bike to say hello. Well, hey, looking forward to meeting you when you come down. It's a great evening for spotting. All right, Hotel 6, the jet bridge is now connecting.
Skies 4024, turn left now heading 260, contact departure, we'll see you.
Let's turn 260 over to departure, Skies 4024, see you. Let's try this again. Delta 2695 checking in with you on the visual for 30 left.
The 2695 Minneapolis Tower, traffic will hold in position, wind is 2606, runway 30 left, clear to left.
16 minutes to splashdown, Alex.
2695.
GLX 10, turn left here at Whiskey 5,
Artemis 2.
straight to the ramp, we'll see you.
All right.
5 with you, Charlie. That's 5.
Coming 3 Minneapolis Tower.
So, folks, coming up next month, it's going to be a big month for the channel. We're going to get Discover back. They were supposed to have started service next week, but Discover decided, you know what, instead of starting next week, we're going to decide to hold it off until May 8th. So they will have their first flight of the season into MSP when we'll be in LA.
So that's an extra, what, about 2.5 weeks? 3 weeks?
You would be correct. Broslini 92, thanks for tuning in today. Says, why is Southwest just sitting there?
3791 Minneapolis Tower, 30 left, flying up and
Their question is as good as mine.
Yeah, we got an arrival about to touch down.
It was probably explained on frequency earlier, so they may have just missed, and I'm guessing here at this point, but I'm guessing they missed their arrival window at their destination airport, so they have, and it looks like they have the number 1 and number 2 engines shut off to conserve fuel. You can see the heat vapor being jettisoned out the back of the exhaust vents for the APU. So they have the auxiliary power unit that's on because they are going to try and conserve fuel and shut down the number 1 and number 2 engines. So Southwest 2329 is what we're looking at. They're outbound to Denver. 737 at 700, registration November 485, Whiskey November.
Oh, okay, so I thought it was because there was an incoming arrival. I didn't even notice it shut down the engines.
I did as well. This is not the first time that I've seen it, but you can see the heat being dissipated out the back of the APU exhaust.
Yes.
So if the engines are not generating power, so the APU is to power all of the aircraft systems, the lights, air conditioning, etc., when the engines are not on and providing the generator power for this aircraft, or if they're not hooked up to ground power. So this would be the situation where you would have to engage the APU. They would start the APU before shutting down their engine, so they could get consistent power.
And that's what an APU is for.
Yep. It's just going to be one of those things where you just got to kind of have to wait and see what happens, right?
The 2274 taxi parking via Mike Alpha, cross runway 4.
I love flying, but that's not a situation I'd like to be stuck in personally if I was on board. Passenger or crew.
Over departure. Good night. Sky 3791.
United Tower, Delta 603, we're lining up to 30 left. We're going to Golf 3.
Delta 603 Minneapolis Tower, winds 2905, runway 30 left, cleared to land.
So we have quite the departure queue. Still lining up for 30 left.
881, is that you ready, taxi?
There's our
Delta 881, runway 30 right,
Southwest.
taxi via Papa, join Papa behind the
737. I've seen JetBlue do this before.
Right on Delta to the gate. We'll switch point.
That's when JetBlue actually flew here to MSP. They closed their station completely in October of 2024. So it's been a little less than 2 years, almost 2 years since JetBlue was last in regular service to MSP. They had one route remaining at the time that they had withdrawn from the Minneapolis-St. Paul market, and that was from here to Boston direct. I think they had a couple of flights. They had one earlier in the day and one later in the evening.
Delta 1237, turn correct. United 1237, turn left on Bravo, and rejoin Alpha at the tunnel. Number 4928, Minneapolis ground taxi parking via Papa. United 1237. hold
Endeavor
short.
Air now arriving from Oklahoma City. The CRJ. Delta 2145 next in line to depart Minneapolis-St. Paul.
Minneapolis Tower, Delta 2392, a mile and a half outside Narco, 30 left.
Will be a 321 Neo, November 5904, Delta Alpha.
Clear to land.
To land 30 left, Delta 2392.
Endeavor 4925, turn right at Delta, taxi towards your gate, contact ground on point 9er.
Oh, that sun feels good, Alex. And there's no breeze. Windsock the
Confirmation India, departure information
hanging.
Victor, altimeter 3031.
Nice warm sun.
Yeah, there has not been much wind at all.
Number 4925, Minneapolis ground taxi parking via Delta Papa. Get ready to your
Last wind update, 280 at 6 knots.
Delta 2167, Minneapolis ground taxi to parking via Charlie 6, turn in behind the CRJ opposite direction on Delta.
Big step to the CRJ opposite direction on Delta
45 Minneapolis Tower, 30.
Here's Delta now arriving from Cancun, Mexico. Actually, correction, Grand Cayman. It'll be Georgetown.
Yep, been there. When you're there on a cruise, you have to tender ashore. And a little interesting fact, Alex, is there are typically the ships when they're there, they do not drop the hook or drop the anchor unless they're in shallow enough water, because the ship will be kind of sitting over the edge of the Cayman wall. And if you're too far out from that, the ships are held in position through their GPS systems. So
This is 737-800 for Delta.
So the bow of the ship could be maybe in 40, 50, 60 feet of water. The stern of the ship could be over the edge in hundreds of feet of water. That's our little fun fact for that arrival.
So Broslini, the 747 was on the slate for today, and before I could change the thumbnail before heading out, UPS decided that they were going to pull a switcheroo and send us a 767 instead. We did get a really cool flyover for Air China Cargo en route from Anchorage to Chicago here with a 747-400 freighter. That was really cool. They were up at about, I think, flight level 35,000 feet, flight level 350.
Sky 3944 Minneapolis Tower, check for
Shamrock Aer Lingus is now departing back to Dublin with the A321 XLR.
That would have been good timing if you were on that Delta departure on the right side, because you could have looked over and seen Shamrock.
2931 Minneapolis, your sequence is going to be the Embraer that's on Alpha. The
heading out just ahead of them.
We'll let you in. So 2107 Minneapolis Tower, 930 left, flying up and wait, chest about 4.5 out, TRJ, wind is 3307. Last lane, Delta 2145, turn left heading 260 now, got departures yet? 260 departure. Still 2931 Minneapolis Tower.
Delta 2931, Motor Tower 12657. Delta 2931, call tower 12657.
0 left, clear to left.
2930 left, Delta 605.
Still 2392, turn right here at Delta or Charlie, taxi towards the gate, kind of ground point 9ers, yeah.
Right turn Delta, taxi to the gate, ground point 9, Delta 2392, see it.
Delta 2107, turn left heading 280, runway 30 left, cleared for takeoff.
Turn left heading 280, cleared for takeoff, runway 30 left, Delta
2931 Minneapolis Tower, seems to be the Embraer, the 220 behind him will let you in.
Alright, behind the Embraer, in front of the 220, Delta 2931.
Cross runway 4.
So 2107, turn left heading 260, then contact departure, we'll see you.
Heading 260, departure, Delta 2107, good day.
Yeah, likewise.
Sky 3944, turn right at Delta, taxi towards your gate, contact ground on point 9er, we'll see you.
One of our channel viewers, one of our spotting friends. Stopping by to say hello.
Skyline 3944, Minneapolis ground.
So we have quite a few folks that we
via Delta behind the Delta off your left there, and then Papa.
always step aside to greet. And
1701.
we always enjoy those interactions with you.
All right, we always appreciate everybody who's currently watching us, but Artemis is getting very close to splashing down in the Pacific, and it looks like they've just launched their parachutes.
Delta 2297, Minneapolis ground, push approved, runway 30 left.
Matthias Loader, 4522, thanks so much for the 199 super chats. Thanks so much for supporting the channel, much appreciated. Happy Friday as well, great to see you today.
Minneapolis ground, and you can start back up now and let us know when you're ready.
Plus 89.2, well thank you. We enjoy putting it on for you.
Delta 2297, push approved, runway 30 left.
So the cool thing is when Southwest's is back within a window of arrival in Denver.
Left line up away, traffic's 4 mile final, Airbus, wind is 30010.
We're going to hear the CFM 56 turbofan engine start up from here. That's going to be pretty cool. So we'll have that. Also, don't forget our runway recap coming up much later on tonight.
Delta 2297, Minneapolis ground, push approved, runway 30 left.
Push 30 left.
Ground on point 9er, we'll see ya.
We're clearing right over to ground point 9er, Delta 605.
Artemis at 5,000.
Runway 30 left, cleared for
In case
takeoff.
anybody's wondering, I'm watching it.
Left heading 280, runway
This doesn't happen very often.
Yeah, and the drop in viewership, I'm pretty sure, and I'm going to say it's because of Artemis.
Alpha Gate, Delta 605.
Skywest 3912, Minneapolis ground, push approved, runway 30 right. Skywest 3944, join behind the CRJ coming off the right.
Skywest 3820, continue the left turn, heading 260, contact departure. I'm saying 260 over departure, Skywest 3820. Delta 2931, Minneapolis Tower, no traffic on final, 30 left, line up wait. 30 left, line up wait, Delta 2931.
All right, let's get back to our departures.
Delta 1701, turn right at Charlie. Charlie, point 9, 1701. Delta 2931, fly runway heading, runway 30 left, clear for takeoff. 30 left, please. Delta 2773, Minneapolis Tower, runway 30 left, line of waiting traffic. Delta 2773. Alpha Delta Bravo, Delta 1701. Air 5104, Minneapolis Tower, wind 30011, runway 30 right, clear to land.
Splashdown, Alex. They did it. Congrats to everybody on that mission.
Delta 1850,
Really something to watch.
Contact ground point 9. Turn left heading 260 and contact departure. 260 departure Delta 2931. Delta 2773, fly runway heading, runway 30 left, clear to takeoff. Delta 574, Minneapolis Tower, runway 30 left, line up and wait, no traffic. No, line up and wait 30 left, Delta 574. 30 left, yeah, Quebec, Charlie,
So 1701, hold short of Quebec.
Short of Quebec, Delta 1701.
Delta 1858, Minneapolis contacts the parking gear pop across runway 4.
Delta 1771, visual 30 left. Delta 1771, Minneapolis Tower, traffic hold position, wind 2909 or runway 30 left, clear to land. 30 left, clear to land, Delta 1771.
Southwest 23.9, runway 30 left, taxi via whiskey.
30 left, via whiskey, Southwest 23 minutes.
Delta 2773 headed down to San Antonio, operated by the multiple nicknamed A220.
Ground Delta 1683.
At 1888, turn left at Charlie or runway 2.
Looks like our Southwest 737 to Denver is finally moving, and there was probably a thunderous applause on board that aircraft when the folks in the cabin found out that, yay, we're going to be leaving finally.
And disregard you via Charlie Alpha.
United 1888 is with you on Charlie for FAA.
After United, we'll take Papa to the gate, 17-1.
30 left, takeoff.
Umbrella heavy 30 left, clear for takeoff, Delta 732.
United 1237, Minneapolis Tower, traffic 4 mile final, runway 30 left, line up and wait, keep parking 73 in sight.
Line up and wait, 30 left, United 1237.
Delta 1683, Minneapolis ground, where you at?
We're at Fox, wait for the push.
Delta 1683, and push approved, runway 30 left.
Push approved, 30 left, Delta 1683.
Delta 1858, continue via Alpha.
United 1237, fly runway heading, runway 30 left, clear for takeoff.
Alright, runway heading.
Turn left 260 and contact departure.
Left turn 260, departure, Delta 756.
Delta 756 is off to San Francisco. United 1237 to Chicago O'Hare is next in line to depart.
8 more Charlie, join Papa, contact ground 1.9.
Things starting to heat back up here from Minneapolis, St. Paul. If you are now rejoining us, or if you're just tuning in for the first time this evening, welcome aboard. Welcome to Golden Hour here from the Twin Cities.
Got him in sight, United 1237.
1237, maintain vision separation from that traffic, turn left at 260 and contact departure.
Alright, left turn 260, visual separation, switch to departure, United 1237.
Look at the lighting.
46 Minneapolis Tower, no traffic on final, 30 left.
Excellent. United 1237 have a wonderful flight to Chicago.
Delta 2268, push up, Fox 652.
Delta 2268, Minneapolis ground, push approved, runway 30 left.
Now on the runway, arriving from San Jose del Cabo, Delta 1771.
Delta 2246, departure flight runway heading, runway 30 left, clear for takeoff.
Flight runway heading, clear for takeoff, 30 left, Delta 246.
Southwest 3912 heading 340, contact departure.
King, Golf 10.
1771, may have contact via Alpha.
Via Alpha, Delta 71, good day.
Southwest, your wheels up at Denver is at 2-1, time now 1-5.
Alpha 93.
Alpha, Delta 1683.
So Alex, just as a heads up, I'm sure you probably see it. We do have an approaching flying pencil departure out to Phoenix.
Delta 2297, yeah, they're making their way down there.
Yep.
There they are. So our heavily delayed Southwest 737-700 to Denver is also holding short of the south parallel, so they will
297 minutes to return left.
Get going here soon.
80, runway 30 left, clear for takeoff. So 2297 affirmative, turn left 280, runway 30 left, clear for takeoff.
There's that Delta preferential treatment when it comes to who gets it first. So our 757 is going to do its thing. It's going to get airborne for Phoenix, and then hopefully our Southwest 737 is ready to go. They look poised and ready. And so are we. I'll tell you what, it's been wonderful having all of you join us here this evening. I want to thank everybody for sticking with us and tuning in. For those who have hung on through the golden hour spotting. Matthias Lauder says, it was good from my side of the runaway. The dog park. Awesome. Hey, thanks for the 199 super chat as well.
Now break 3, clear to push 430 right.
Go ahead and pull that up here in just a second. All right, here's our flying pencil off to Phoenix.
Oh, 1683 minutes, are you ready? Yes. 1683, turn left 280, runway 30 left, clear takeoff. 280, clear takeoff, 30 left, 1683. Left city 260, kind of departure. There you go. 2297, turn left city 260, kind of departure.
Heading 260 on departure, Delta 2297, see you.
Gordon, yes, it is beautiful tonight with the golden hour lighting. I do agree. Gordon says beautiful golden hour lighting tonight.
2260, Texas. Delta 2260, runway 30 left, taxi via Delta Alpha. Runway 30 left,
Delta 1683 lined up with the south parallel, now departing for Fort Lauderdale, Florida.
2329, turn left 8280, runway 30 left, clear for takeoff. 30 left, clear for takeoff.
Southwest 2329 is now departing for Denver at last, at long last.
1683, turn further left heading 260, connect departure. Left to 260, over to departure, Delta 1683, see ya.
So their scheduled departure was at 6:10.
Southwest 2329, turn further left heading 260, connect departure. 260, going to departure, have a good weekend, Southwest 2329. You too.
Bye-bye, Southwest 2329. Over to Denver, Colorado. Looks like another one of our Delta Heavies is getting some catering over there at Gate Fox 12. So coming up pretty soon, around 7:30 p.m., we are going to broadcast the departure of our Iceland Air 737 MAX 8. So Iceland Air 656 running on time this evening, due for a 7:30 p.m. departure back to Reykjavik. We will also potentially carry as a grand finale tonight. Look at this. Delta 162 Heavy, they're running early. Estimated for a 7:45 p.m. departure with the Airbus A330-300. November 822 November Whiskey is the equipment assignment.
Delta 1893, minutes tower, wind 310, runway 30 left, clear to land. 30 left, clear to land. Delta 1488, runway 30 right, taxi via Delta and Papa.
So we'll just have to wait and see if that is the aircraft that will be taking folks to Amsterdam here not too long from now. So looks like the looks like the baggage loader is connected to the aircraft, and the rear baggage door on the right side of the aircraft is also open. I think this might be 162 Heavy.
So I work at the hotel. Oh, you do? Yeah, that's some great views. Is it that the Intercontinental? Yeah. Okay. I don't work there very often, but I am on there.
So what do you guys think? Should we stick around? I mean, we're going to catch the Iceland Air departure.
268 minutes tower, 5 runway heading, runway 30 left.
Do you guys want to stick around, or you guys want to be done? It's up to you guys. Because I'll be honest, there's not much else after Iceland Air and 162 gets out of here. So we'll see.
For some reason, I think of beacons. Is that their? That's their. airplane terminology for tracking. Yeah. You know, for their operations. Just a lot of systems.
So this is what I use, and then you can set it accordingly for the different. Yeah, well, I'm still. I have, so that is.
Turn left heading 260, connect departure.
Heading 260, switches departure, Delta 2268.
Yeah, I thought it looked long.
Yeah, that's why it's.
So it was Delta 2268, headed to Southwest Florida International Airport in Fort Myers. Flying time 3 hours and 8 minutes. Ahead of that, Boeing 757-300 November, 596 November Whiskey, 22 years old at 191 seats.
Wind 3108, runway 30 right, clear to land.
Jeff from Mass 1 says hello from Boston. Great to see you tonight.
That was empty out. Yeah, and then another one came through here and sat over.
Jamie Capel, I think it's how it's said. You have to correct me if I'm wrong on that. Love your streams all the way from London, UK. Well, hey, thanks so much for tuning in. Always a pleasure to have you on board. Jeff in Mass 1, yes.
1893, turn right ground, point 9.
So we're going to have similar lighting, hopefully on Monday. It's going to be significantly warmer on Monday, especially Sunday into Monday. We're in for a rapid warm-up. So we're in the mid-50s today. And that's where we kind of topped out with the temperature. So we'll take a look at our weather outlook coming up pretty soon. All right, I think let's go ahead and check to see if we have any more departures. Not necessarily at the moment. So because it's close to 7:30 and Iceland Air has a wheels up departure time of 7:30.
Traffic 50 flight in 300, runway 30 right, clear for takeoff.
It's time to direct our attention over to Gate Hotel 6, where Iceland Air is probably just finishing up their final checks here, and they are hopefully going to be pushing back pretty soon for Reykjavik with the MAX 8. So we are getting ready for the pushback of Iceland Air, 656 to Reykjavik. So we will get this departure pretty much guaranteed. And then it's up to you guys if you want to stay for Delta 162 departing to AMS, assuming that it is going to depart early as expected. So it's up to you guys what you want to do. So we have a brief moment here. I do want to let you guys know that we will be going to Los Angeles, California on May 6th through the 8th. And it's going to be an incredible 3 days of live spotting. We're going to be spotting during the daytime primarily, no night casts from LAX. So we're excited to be working with our friends, LA Flights Live, Peter and Josh. Big thanks to them for being such amazing hosts. We cannot wait. And I cannot wait to check out LAX. And for the channel, the first time ever that we're taking our show on the road. Hope to see you there. Again, May 6th through the 8th. Put it down on your calendar. And so the start time for each of the broadcasts on those days will be determined. Location as well is going to be kind of a toss-up. We'll know more when we are actually on the ground in Los Angeles as to where we will be at for those specific days. So make sure you're subscribed so you have those notifications sent directly to you. So that subscribe button basically tells YouTube, hey, I want to get notified for any updates with MSP Airport Live. So make sure to do that if you're new here, because we don't want you missing another live episode, because Monday is going to be just awesome. So we have a lot of fun on Mondays. Wednesday next week we'll be live. We'll also be on diversion watch if the Storm Prediction Center forecast holds for the bad weather around the Chicago area and the surrounding region, which could cause several diversions to file into MSP. So we're on that subject, going to be keeping a keen eye out next week. But anyway, getting back on track to the LAX edition. It's less than a month away.
3970, turn left.
So we hope to see you there.
They pop up, monitor ground point on it.
Wanted to bring up Jamie's comment from earlier. Says, love your streams all the way from London, UK. Thanks so much, Jamie. Much love sent back your way as well. Alpha Messiah Slaughter says, view is good from my side of the runway, the dog park. Thanks so much again for the $1.99 super chat as well. And always great to have one of our Austin members. Jeff in Mass 1 says, hello from Boston. The lighting here is amazing. It certainly is. So great to see all of you tonight. So it's pretty much about that time. Icelandair should be pushing back from the gate within the next few minutes. I don't know what's going on over there. I see the tug is in place. They have not yanked the jet bridge back, though, at Hotel 6. So you guys in the live chat, you got to get on. You got to tell me, do we want to stick around for Delta 162 to AMS? One more A330. What do you guys think? Or do you guys want to end on Icelandair? It's up to you guys. You guys have the option. All right, so I think what we're going to do here in the interim, while we're waiting for our Icelandair departure, I think we're going to go ahead and get started with our runway recap, just to get that out of the way.
Turn right, where you parking?
Because depending on how late Delta 162 gets out of here, we may have to just have a hard stop right as they depart, you know, depending on how much available daylight is left. There's still quite a bit here. Already 7:35. It's going to be a little bit until sundown. So I'm pretty optimistic that we're going to be making Delta 162 our final big catch of the night.
Ground Skywest 3937, ready to taxi with Victor. Skywest 3970, are you waiting to go into the gate until that number moves, or what's up with you?
Matty Urich, yes, I see him.
Got 1037, there's an Embraer Hotel. He's waiting for Charlie 19, taxi via Papa.
All right.
Got 3937, runway 30 right, taxi via Papa. Skywest 3970, Minneapolis ground.
How awesome is this? Got Singapore Airlines cargo headed in Cincinnati, Ohio. I don't know why I said California almost. It's because I got LAX in the brain because we just got done talking about it. Anyway, we've got Singapore Airlines en route to Cincinnati with a 777 freighter. So they departed Seoul, South Korea about 10 hours and 47 minutes ago. And they are due to arrive in Cincinnati in about an hour and 10 minutes. So, Matt Urich, thanks for the heads up on that. I kind of saw that flight make its way towards here. So they're at flight level 350, 35,000 feet. Still no signs of life for our Icelander MAX 8s on the pushback. See a couple people there running up to the door to enter the jet bridge here. So they may be just ready to pull it back.
Minneapolis ground, good evening. Aero Black, 2997, we're at signature information, Victor, pretty text.
Black, 2997, Minneapolis ground.
Delta 2198 with an A321 is our next. Mainline Delta arrival. They're on the downwind. They'll be here in about 6 minutes. Delta 1812 from Liberia. Costa Rica will be inbound shortly as well.
Just let me know.
So the period of time between, and at this particular moment in time, when we don't have Air France in the evening, which they would be departing around 7:40 right about now in the later spring and summer. We'll see Air France just before our LAX trip in early May, so they will be sending us the 787 Dreamliner to start. And then they will finish starting June 1st to the end of the year, as far as I know, with the 777, according to the information on Google Flights and other sources with the booking information. So we'll have approximately 1 month of Dreamliners for Air France, and then it's nothing but 777s. So I am stoked that Air France has made the decision to put the 777 from June 1st onwards to Paris in their service to MSP. That'll be super fun. We're going to get a lot of GE90 ear candy.
Endeavor,
John Joseph, what are you doing here?
Surprise. I thought I'd just drop in and say hi. Hey, Alex. Hi, RJ. How you doing? Wow, you put me on immediately. Hi, everybody. How you doing? Good to see you.
Well, you should have known what you were walking into. You know what I'm saying?
I know I should have. I snuck up on you, didn't I?
Hey, good to see you,
yeah,
bro.
Good to see you.
Good to see you.
Yeah, thank you. No.
Yeah, how was your day? It was a beautiful day outside.
It was.
I hope you got out and did something nice.
I actually cleaned my deck today. I've got
There
a
you
cement
go.
deck, and I got some cement cleaner, and I cleaned all that, and then I snuck into church today. We had church at 3 o'clock today,
fun.
so I went in there for about an hour, and then I met my friend right over here in Bloomington for a quick dinner, and now I'm here seeing you guys.
Yeah, what a surprise. So great to see you, John, here at the end of the day today.
Thank you.
Yeah, it was a very unusual Friday.
I watched a little bit, not much. Tell me.
So we had our usual UPS arrival from Louisville, but typically it's only one. We had an extra UPS Heavy. It was an A300 that came in from Louisville as well.
Okay.
They did a quick turn, so they unloaded cargo at the cargo terminal just behind us. Then they turned around as quick as they could, and they got in the air.
Boogied out of here.
They boogied out of here on
watching
30.
that on the phone in my car. They were taxiing really fast past here, weren't they?
Oh, yeah. They did a mic taxi. They took
They never
whiskey
do
over.
that, do they? Just unload and go.
Well, in that direction.
Wow.
So we've had some anomalies today.
Cool.
Some good ones.
Okay, that's
and
good.
then we saw the A300 just soar into the sky. I mean,
empty.
Yes.
Cool. Very fun.
That was a lot of fun.
Great.
And we got to see a repositioning flight for Delta, 767 outbound to New York's JFK.
Okay, I thought I saw that too on the stream.
They were also pretty light as well. So we had a couple of light and empty.
Out to New York, you said?
Yes.
Wow. Okay. Yeah, that's 767-300 territory out there. They'll take those to Europe for sure.
Well, even the 400 ERs.
Yep, they take those on the longer hauls. Yeah, cool. That's great. Iceland Air's on the ground. Well, that's great. Yeah, it was a nice day, but I had a busy day. But it's thought I'd stop in real quick since I was right 5 minutes away over in Bloomington by the Mall of America and met my friend Jim, whose office is there, and we had a nice dinner. And
that's wonderful.
And you know what I was doing in my car? I would have been here sooner. I watched Artemis 2 splash down.
Nice.
They made a safe return back to Earth. Everything went fine, and the chutes all deployed, and everybody's in great shape and good spirits. So that's a good thing. They were gone a long time. I think I heard you mention that, RJ, on the show that they were.
I was kind of watching their splashdown.
Yeah, cool. Good. Okay, well, great. Yeah, you had a beautiful day today.
Well, it's fabulous to hear that everyone made it back safely.
Totally, completely.
Now
Now they'll be on every talk show known to man. But that's good. We want to hear all about it. Did the 747 show up today?
You know, they were scheduled, and then at the last minute, before I could swap the thumbnail, I was already en route, and I was notified of the equipment change.
Oh, no kidding. Okay.
So they sent the 767. Well, we had 2 consecutive days of 747 ops for UPS in the evening, so that made sense.
Okay.
That made a lot of sense.
Yeah, right. Okay. Well, the thought was there. That's okay.
I don't know. Maybe that's my cue to start including the UPS 767s on the thumbnails.
Maybe.
What do you guys think?
That's a great looking airplane too, you know that?
Wow.
It really is. The 767 and UPS is really great.
This BizJet too, look at this.
I know, I was looking at that too. Is that the black one? Wow. Beautiful. Have you seen that one before, Alex?
No, sir.
No, I haven't either. We'd have to see who owns that.
Delta 2749, Minneapolis ground.
Let's get on it, people. Who owns that one? I made such a quick stop, I left my phone in the car. Yeah, that was a very pretty aircraft. Very nice.
And over to departure, Airblast 2997.
Well, Alex, hopefully this is what summer's going to be like from now on with little warmer temperatures, you know. June, July, and August. We get
Sunday into Monday, we're going to be well into the 70s.
That'll be nice.
And when we're live on Monday, it'll be 70, and we might be dodging maybe a few isolated showers and thunderstorms.
I saw that.
Just have to be on the lookout for that. Well, at least, you know, we won't be live on Sunday because it'll be high wind again.
Big surprise.
And, you know, Harrison was kind of talking about it earlier, too, our resident meteorologist. Harrison said that there had been a lot of weak systems, a lot of different fronts that have moved through that have really just been packing a lot of high wind.
Don't we know it?
Yeah, a lot of cold fronts. And, you know, it's that time of year, right? Especially for severe weather awareness, where that cold and warm air are just going to violently clash.
And it's all coming up from the south, too. Normally it comes in from the west, but, you know, Chicago, is, you know, we've said several times on the stream, they were just getting
There's already been at least one or there's at least been a couple of diversion events related to bad weather around Chicago. And we mentioned it also earlier just before you arrived, John, that we are on diversion watch on Wednesday and Tuesday because the cargo flights from Anchorage that get into O'Hare in the late afternoon and evening when bad weather typically tends to roll through, or when it's forecasted to anyway. If it's that bad at Chicago O'Hare, if there's a ground stop or there's a big ground delay, that means that we're going to get potentially some diversions.
But they have just had a bad way down in Chicago with thunderstorms in the last week and a half.
Oh, it's just been downright relentless.
Yeah, I hope it's not that way for them all summer, but
same here. I'm hoping that they can get out of the woods with the bad weather at some point.
So I think we've got a great view here, Alex, of 162 to Amsterdam.
Yeah, my hunch was correct. I thought that was them getting all loaded up just earlier over at FCON course. Pushing back for Amsterdam.
They're going with the standard A330-300 tonight. I know they used the 900 earlier. And you saw Rome take off today, right?
Yes, we did. Delta 298, they blasted off right for Rome.
I was having dinner when that happened. I kind of might know the crew on that one, too. Yep, Rome is back.
Yep.
But now they're just going on a 3-day, though. They'll be back in 3 days instead of the 4-day trip.
Some of them's 4-day. Here at Dallas Airport, would you like us to? It looks like they're getting ready to push. Delta 1812, taxi via Alpha. Left turn Alpha 2 on the Bravo.
Don't you love this time of night, Alex? The lighting. I just love the lighting this time of night.
Alpha 2 left on the Bravo, short of Alpha 3.
We had a sensational golden hour for plane spotting. Now it's starting to wind down a little bit more to the twilight.
Mm-hmm.
So this will be hopefully our last catch.
I think the airplanes pop even more at twilight like this. It just looks so majestic in this light.
Okay, we'll make the 180 once we're past Gulf 8. We'll hold short of Gulf 8, and we'll wait for Gulf 8.
So other than that, it was a pretty good day. No big issues anywhere with anybody. That's good.
Waiting for your gate on Bravo. Once they're clear, your push is approved.
Seattle Flights, so great to see you today. Thanks for tuning in. I'm wondering if they had a TFR when Artemis was landing.
224 heavy, correction. Wait for you 321 on the left, please. After 321, then your push is approved.
Wait for the another plane, 321.
That's a good question, though.
After that, push approved.
Affirmative, thank you.
So Iceland Air, they were supposed to have already been in the air by now. They had a wheels up departure time at about around 7:30, and it showed that they were on time, but
they're delayed for some
reason.
reason.
They are delayed for some reason.
I see them over there at our Terminal 2, Humphrey Terminal. They're just sitting there. Their beacon is not on, so they're not quite ready yet.
Yeah, when we see the beacons come on, they're about ready to go.
Delta 1 heavy, taxi, runway 3 is left via Delta, Alpha short of Alpha 7. I'll call you back with more.
Delta, Alpha 7, 30 left, Delta 1.
All right. Well, here we go. Delta 162 heavy now on the move for Amsterdam.
Schiphol Airport. 5 runways at that airport over there, Alex. They got a lot of runways there.
Absolutely. So don't go anywhere. We're going to have our runway recap coming up following the departure of Delta 162 to AMS. So we are currently unsure about Iceland Air. Beacon is still not on.
Yeah, 3 in Minneapolis, Tower, clear to South Bravo airspace, as requested, altimeter 3031.
I see they're making some progress over there at Terminal 2 with the extension, too. I noticed that as I pulled up. That looks like that aircraft's getting towed, Alex?
Yep, we got one of the 350s, I think, over there.
Yeah, I think so.
Getting it put to bed.
99.
We used to call it back to the barn.
I just started working at the company.
Ground Delta 2749, taxi with Victor. Delta 2749, wait for a 330 to pass off your right wing. Then, behind him, runway 3 is the left taxi via Alpha.
Okay, we'll wait for the 330 to pass off our right wing, and then we'll
check out 162.
Alpha, Delta 2749.
Delta 1, you have a T taxi now, 3 is the left via Alpha.
30 left via Alpha, Delta 162.
Well, I think this is the right way to end it. Gotta end it on the big one.
Absolutely.
on the big A330.
Absolutely. You know, really, Alex, that's the backbone of Delta's international.
It is.
Operation is the A330-300 for sure. The 900 runs a close second.
Pushes approved, runway.
Yeah, the A330, it's not the queen of the fleet. It's not the flagship airframe for sure. But when we're talking about
go ahead and grab the numbers for 30 left.
numbers,
Get you that as well, depending on traffic.
And how critical they are to the long-haul fleet strategy. The A330s, as you pointed out, they are the backbone.
Yeah, and they're very reliable.
They're the nucleus of the long-haul strategy.
Alex, as we watch 162 taxi out for its departure to Amsterdam, here's a question for you, and our viewers can maybe chime in on this. Once Delta Airlines gets the 787 in its fleet, what's going to be the queen of the fleet then? The A350-1000 or the 787-10?
Well, it's going to be the A350-1000.
Okay.
Because remember, Delta is due for those.
Yeah, they certainly soon. I believe this year. I think they're coming this year. I think so.
I think maybe next year in 2027.
I think it's going to be 20. Okay,
yeah.
Maybe early 2027.
That would be just incredible to catch Delta's A350-1000 operating regularly.
Yeah.
At MSP, or even towards the end of the decade.
Okay, there's Iceland Air just sitting there, but a great shot of the.
Oh, look at that! The jet bridge is
pulling away.
Pulled back. Finally,
Lovely.
They're out of here.
Well, they're making connections over there to their headquarters, to Europe.
So they can't be held up for too long.
No, that's true. Nope.
So, yay, Iceland Air.
Tower wind 3006, runway 30 right, cleared to land.
And either push back clearance here, and then they will be strutting their stuff here pretty soon.
How was the wind out here today? Not too bad?
Minimal. Oh, it was perfect.
Good.
It was absolutely perfect. It was just strong enough to where it kept everything on the parallels. So we had a strict north flow. So no mixed north flow today. Everything was just a strict, straight up north flow.
I caught that China cargo 747 that you got go overhead too, Alex.
That was incredible.
Let's have dinner. Yeah, and I was sitting with my friend Jim, like I said, and I said, Jim, look at my phone. See that? I said, now look out the window, and there it was. He goes, wow, that's pretty cool. I said, that's our show.
Yeah, they were at flight level 350, I think.
Were they? Okay.
Yeah, we caught a Singapore cargo 777 en route to Cincinnati at about the same altitude, flight level 350. As they made their way overhead.
162 Foxtrot, turn right, heading 360.
Muna Wars 2081 says, hello, good to see you all. Good to see you today, too. Happy Friday. Who's ready for the weekend?
1888 is on a mile final. 1888 minutes tower, traffic in position, heavy airbus, caution like turbulence.
It's certainly a good day for seeing the aircraft at altitude with the contrails overhead for sure. They're everywhere.
All right, everybody. I think our Delta Heavy to Amsterdam is about ready to.
I think you're right, Alex.
Get going.
Yep. She's getting ready to take the runway as we speak. Let's take a look.
Delta 1484 behind the 717 running 30 left, taxi via Alpha.
All right, everybody. Delta 162 now on the roll for Amsterdam with the A330.
Delta 3962, turn left, pop 8, taxi pop up, monitor, ground point 8. So 162 heavy, turn right in 360, connect departure, good day.
Right, 360, departure, good day, Delta 162.
So 3963 minutes hard, 30 right, line away, be a slight delay for heavy off parallel, caution like turbulence.
Boy, Alex, what a top 10 day for flying today. I mean, it is just absolutely
7 roll down the mic, left turn mic,
clear.
Mike will short 30
Pilots
left,
love
remain the
flying in
frequency.
this weather. Visual flight rules.
We thoroughly enjoy broadcasting in this weather just as much as they love flying.
34 minutes start, step hold in position, wind 2906, runway 30 left, clear to land.
Thank you, John.
Icy strobes are on.
Yep, good.
There's aircraft viewing area tonight.
Yeah, lots of people out. Lots and lots of people.
Yeah, they're still out here.
That's 125 Romeo, Miss Tower, 30 right, line up and wait.
So here's what we're going to do is we're going to let Icelandair kind of take their time here on the taxi out. And we're going to get started with our runway recap.
Okay, sounds good.
2749, line up and wait, 30 left.
All right, everybody, it is now time for our runway recap. This is the part of the show where we show you the highlights from today, and there were quite a few to go around.
Okay, good.
To go around.
Oh,
I had
was
to get
there a go around?
No.
Okay.
I wish.
Got me excited there for
well,
a
that
minute.
would have brought it around full circle. I wish there was.
Okay, I caught that.
And we were close.
Oh, okay.
But no cigar.
Okay.
Close, but no cigar.
Okay. All right. Well, let's check it out.
All right. All right, here we go. Here's our runway recap for tonight. Our day started off with a hearty dose of Big Blue. KLM 250 Heavy rotating off the south parallel for Amsterdam. And it was a spectacular departure. Look at the lighting. Just bliss.
Stunning.
Enjoyed watching KLM, and then we had our contingent of Delta Heavies from overseas start to file in. Delta Niner from London. So they touched down on runway 30 left. And again, we were in that north flow today. So no mixed flow, meaning that all arrivals and departures were on the 30s.
Right.
Gopher Pod also paid us a visit. They were on their way out of here. And I think they were running a charter as well. So they were a little on the lighter side as they lifted off into the wild blue yonder. And again, spectacular lighting for everything has been the running theme throughout the entire day today. Then Delta 160 would have its turn to sprint off runway 30 left, bound for Amsterdam Schiphol with the A350-900. So this will be a common occurrence on Delta 160.
All right, that's a nice
departing
350
in the
bonus
afternoon
every day.
to Amsterdam Schiphol. Very graceful departure, very powerful one too at that. Delta 165 would then make its way in from Amsterdam. Now remember, we have the third flight we got to pay attention to every day from Amsterdam. So we have 3 arrivals and 3 departures to AMS every single day, and that will continue through the rest of the spring and summer. And watch this. Delta 165, they were riding the bike too, a little aerodynamic braking. And then here's our 767 that came in from Atlanta.
The bonus.
Yeah, the bonus 767 appearance today. We would see them depart later, and we'll show that in the recap as they made their way out later in the show to New York's JFK International Airports. Then the UPS Cargo Heavy started to make their way in as 5568 from Louisville with the 767-300 made its way in. No mic taxi, unfortunately, but look at this nice and smooth arrival with the 767. And again, they had a really nice light headwind, perfect flying conditions, as you said, John. And then we had our arrival from our UPS A300, also from Louisville. And they would go back out to Chicago later in the day.
Okay.
So this A300 also did not taxi on Mike, but they had a departure queue right behind them and close arrival, so they had to get off the runway as quick as they could. Then later on, we got to witness Delta 298 stretch its wings for Rome, Italy, with the A330 Neo. And we always enjoy these extra flights that Delta has brought back for another year. We saw the return of the Rome service last year, and it is, I think, here to stay.
I think so, too. Very popular.
And then here would be our 767 back out to New York's JFK, and they were light. So this would be a repositioning move for their for that aircraft's next scheduled service.
Yeah, look at it straight up.
They got some altitude as well. I love the light departures, especially when the heavies.
You got a great angle on that, Alex. Just a great angle.
Look at that. And the lighting also certainly helped with it, too. We also had Delta 170 come in from Seoul, South Korea, with the A350. Yep. So the heavy action continued well into the evening hours. So they had a nice firm touchdown, nice and smooth. And 170, I think that they rolled a little bit long on the landing, too, if I remember correctly.
Okay. That looked like a great
And then
landing.
our A300 headed back out to Chicago O'Hare. And this time they did take taxiway, Mike.
Oh, yeah. Right,
but they were going the other way, which is kind of an oddity. We don't typically see that, so we were kind of treated to a move we don't see every day. It's not rare, but it's certainly unusual.
It was nice. It was a wide body.
And, of course, we'd get Iceland Air on Taxiway Mike again. Taxiway Mike was quite busy throughout the program today.
That's good.
In addition to our notables that we're showing on our highlights package. And then our final highlight for tonight was Delta 162 rocketing off for Amsterdam with the A330-300, and it was a powerful departure.
It certainly was. Look at that. Great lighting.
Absolutely. And so they would get airborne into the twilight sky that currently exists right now at the airfield. And so there you go. There is our runway recap for today.
It was a perfect day. It was a perfect day, wasn't it, Alex? You had a really great show.
It absolutely was. So what we're going to do is we're going to stick around and we're going to catch Iceland Air.
Another bonus.
Yeah, there's still one more plane to go. We still have one more aircraft to catch before the show is over tonight, and that will be Iceland Air.
And there's just enough light left at dusk.
Just enough. AJ Ryder, thanks so much for tuning in to our live plane spotting coverage today. Great to have you on board as always. Thanks so much for the kudos, Wally. Wally says, big thank you to the whole MSP Airport Live team this spring and this summer.
I like how that's going golden now. I love that.
Yes.
That's perfect.
Excellent camera work, Alex. Top notch. My book. Well, you are very welcome. All right. Ken Murphy says, get a FedEx flight inbound here. What's going on with that?
FedEx flight coming in? Check it out.
Yeah, I think so. Do we have...
RJ's on it.
Do we have more bonus action here? Oh, wait a minute. I think we're talking about the... I was thinking about a heavy, but it's probably the feeder.
Oh, yeah. Coming in from Duluth, Alex. Up north. Yep. That's the ATR. Still FedEx, though. They were right. And
yeah,
there's Iceland Air taxiing out. That's
well, they're headed to the north side for departure.
Yeah.
So this might change things.
Well, you know, Alex, this time of night, it gives the viewers a great visual of all the lights on at the airport and all of the taxi lights on the aircraft as they taxi by. They're hard to see during the day.
Yeah, I think what we're going to do here, and we really have to be conscious of the time.
Might be a tough one to see.
Yeah, and just for our cameras.
We can wave
we
goodbye
have no
from here.
nighttime videography equipment, or that's optimized for nighttime anyway, because the viewing area is open from dawn to dusk. So because of that, we need to be respectful and observe that.
Yep.
We'll get the ATR as requested, but I think after the ATR, we're going to call it a night.
And there it is.
Because we do not want to overstay our welcome. I think this is the first time that we have caught the feeder, the ATR 42, on the show this year.
I think it is too. Yeah, I don't
Just
recall. I don't
barely
recall it.
enough light to see the ATR 42.
Yeah.
Oh, are they gonna take Alpha and they're gonna want to hitch a left onto taxiway Mike? Oh, hey, the thank you livery. 391 Delta November.
There
Hey,
it
and
is.
you know what?
Look at
I got a
that.
question. Is your name on there?
My name is on there.
Hey, look at that, everybody.
Yes.
John Joseph, his name is in the thank you
it
lettering.
certainly is.
Do you know where your name is?
I do not. I do not know where it is. No.
Okay.
But it's on there. That's
Look at
funny.
that.
Good catch, Alex. Very good catch. And you're welcome. That's a great livery. That was real nice of Delta to do that. Yeah, you can just barely make that out right now.
Yeah,
Alex.
it's going to be hard to make it out. I think they just turned off their lights because
They did. They just have their beacon going on the tail and the undercarriage, the belly.
certainly want to catch the taxi here, but yeah, we're gonna have to be really quick. So I think we'll have one more arrival before our FedEx ATR will cross. And I think, yeah, I don't know.
It's gonna be tight.
Sanagolu 007 says, thanks, guys, for showing us the flights we can't see from here. Well, you're welcome. All right, here they come. All right, everybody. This is it. And then we have to book it out of here. All right, one more, everybody. One more.
Certainly expediting his crossing of runway 12. Very nice, Alex. You know what, Alex? That was totally worth it. I think that was worth the wait, don't you? Because we don't get to see that aircraft in here very often. That was worth the wait, don't you think, RJ? Yeah.
Yeah, that was certainly worth the wait. Now it is time to call it a night.
Sunset's in the west. It's getting later and later, 10 after 8.
There you go. All right, everybody, that'll just about do it for our live plane spotting coverage here tonight from Minneapolis St. Paul International Airport. Big thanks to our friend Harrison for helping to co-host today. RJ and John as well. You guys rock. Thanks for coming on and being a part of it.
Absolutely, Alex. Good to see you guys.
All right, for our outstanding team of mods and for our co-hosts Harrison Rodemacher, RJ Bean, and John Joseph, I'm Alex Redding. Saying goodnight from Minneapolis St. Paul International Airport. We'll see you, everybody, on Monday. Until then, happy spotting and take care. And stay tuned to MSP Airport Live. See ya.
Welcome to DG Pilot Aviation Collectibles and More and our St. Paul showroom and warehouse. From the time your order is placed until it is delivered to you, our #1 goal is to provide you with the best customer service experience. That's why we're excited to take you behind the scenes today at our warehouse to provide you an up-close perspective of our model aircraft delivery experience. Our first step in the model aircraft delivery process takes place after your order is received. Our model aircraft delivery specialist will conduct a detailed inspection of your model for quality control to ensure we provide you with the highest quality products. Each specialist begins the inspection by removing the model from the box and performing a visual inspection of the model, checking features such as the wings, landing gear, and antenna, as well as the overall model for defects. After the inspection is complete, your model is reboxed and then prepared for packing. Each model is then bubble wrapped to provide an extra cushion to prevent any damage during shipping. After the bubble wrap process is complete, the model is then boxed for shipping. Our specialist then reconfirms your model is ready for shipping, attaches a shipping label, and then your model is sent out for delivery. We hope that you'll consider DG Pilot Aviation Collectibles for your model aircraft collecting needs. You can order products online at dgpilot.com or visit our St. Paul showroom where we have hundreds of model aircraft to choose from. From all of us at DG Pilot, thank you for your continued business, loyalty, and support, and happy collecting.